coffee stains and nipple chains. I am such a loner. San Francisco bases got me slowly taking over. I can't wait to show you that I'm gonna take it over. LeetCode, beast mode, 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 LeetCode, beast mode. This is not a main thing, really I'm a coder. Coffee stains and nipple chains, I am such a loner. San Francisco bases got me slowly taking over. I can't wait to show you that I'm gonna take it over. LeetCode, beast mode, 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 LeetCode, beast mode.
Oh, you would just like add the person's face onto your thing? Okay. Okay.
Chat, we
Like
live.
usually I use Discord and I just record that.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's
You know what
fine.
I'm saying?
Yeah. I'll just
You
hop
can
on.
run that.
Yeah, we could run it.
Yeah.
I like the other ones that you did was good already.
Yeah,
Chat,
the one
what's
I did
up?
with the Sean. Python with Sean.
Yeah, the one you did with Sean,
Yeah.
the Netflix guy. Well, I don't know what you used with the
Um,
Netflix guy. Chat, how's the audio? We got P codes.
let's go. Good. All right, let me get you. Yeah, what's your Discord so I can add you? Cool.
Okay, let me see how I can invite someone or how I can grab my add a friend. Yeah, I'll send you my username.
Cool.
Chat, what's up? Do I conduct interviews at my current company? Not yet, but I'll probably sign up to start doing it soon. I just
Is there
haven't.
like a? Sorry, go ahead.
Or go ahead. I was talking to the chat.
Is there like a specific like amount of time you have to be working there before you can interview?
I would say I think it just said 6 months. I could definitely start doing it. I just didn't. I didn't do the training. You just have to do some training.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But I've done interviews at my previous companies, and they're fun. But I just didn't. Just got late because I already do these interviews online, so I didn't. I didn't really think of doing it for my company anymore. But it helps on the performance review and stuff. What Mac do I use? I use a M3 M3 Pro 2023 version. Maybe I'll upgrade.
Is
18
that what
gigs
you
of
use for
RAM.
streaming?
Yeah, is what I used to stream. I have no issues with it at all though.
Fair enough. I sent you a friend request on Discord.
Chat, how's the audio? Could you hear P codes good?
Hello. Yeah, so when you add me back, I'll just jump on a call there and leave the meet.
Yeah, I'll add you up.
Cool.
Okay, I see it. Okay, I'll probably drop off on this one then.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be back. Send me that link and I'll join over there. Okay, peace. Chat, how's everyone doing today? LeetCode starting the call. Video call. Yo, what's up? Hold up, let me fix this up.
Yeah, I literally loaded up my laptop camera too. Yeah. Do you use you have a face cam, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna fix that up real quick.
It's not recognizing the Mark II.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Wait.
Oh, damn. Okay, let me fix my voice and everything.
I can hear you though.
Okay.
What the?
What's up? Tweaking? Put a background. So it doesn't just show my green screen.
Where did you apply this background from?
From Discord.
Just 1 second.
Chat, doing LeetCode from... Okay, everyone ask some questions. How to get an ML job at... How do you get an ML job at Meta? I have no idea. I'm not an ML engineer. I have a couple friends that are ML engineer, but not me, man. Doing LeetCode from scratch. Let me know how it is. I've never used that platform before. Do you ever work on any LeetCode extension? Not really. Alpha in the building. Alpha in the building. Yo, Lev, what's up, man? Lev, we gotta catch up soon. Gotta catch up ASAP. You really don't use the code forces stuff or LeetCode in your day-to-day work? Yeah, for not directly, but I feel like it helps to some degree. How to prep for system design? How many mocks to get before meta interview to get success? Man, it all. Glanko, what's up? It all depends on your to get before any.
Hello.
Yo, what's up?
Okay. You wanna keep this background on?
I could change it. Let's see. Let me find a good one. Looks ghetto, huh? Let's see.
looks like something.
Let's see. What
Maybe
about
you got one of these,
blur?
like
Is this okay? Wait, let me find a good one. Let's see.
I can only see like a few here.
Alright, I'm gonna just take a screenshot of my LeetCode profile and then throw that as my background.
You can do that?
It says there custom. Oh shit. I need this up.
Yeah, you got nitro because you need to have nitro.
Damn. Okay. Tell me which one looks decent. This is okay. No.
Whatever you think is good. Don't worry, doesn't matter.
Here, let me. I can drop down my green screen. Fix up my room quick.
Oh. Hmm. Hold on a sec. I'm just trying out different ones.
I'll remove my background quick. Paul, what's up?
Okay, I'm just gonna keep it like this. X that out
There you
and
go.
let me
All
check
right.
the recording. Oh, did you just remove the green screen?
Yeah, I just brought it down.
Okay, but okay. All right, I'm gonna start recording in a sec now. All right, I'm just gonna have to run a little test of the recording. So, hello. Testing. Can you speak, please?
What's up? What's up?
Okay, let's check this out.
Drink a Red Bull. I was at the Warriors game last night. They got cooked by Lakers though.
Warrior. Oh, Golden State. I don't know why I
Yeah.
forgot what Warriors were. They got cooked by who?
They got cooked by Lakers.
Oh, I like.
Or
I
they're-
don't
You
watch
got a
NBA
Lakers shirt
anymore.
on?
I stopped watching NBA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, are you a Lakers fan?
Nope.
No.
I just found the shirt and I thought it was
Same.
nice.
Yeah. You don't watch NBA no more? Why
Nah.
not?
I used to watch it like 2 years ago, but I don't really like basketball that much anymore.
Oh, really?
So I watch it. Yeah, like I still find it fun, but like I used to watch it all the time. I'm just not that fond of it now.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just checking the recording.
Yeah, I don't know much about MLE chat. Who in the chat knows much about MLE? It's not really my thing. I just do regular software. Also, tell me how many array questions or give me a proper guidance. I have placements in college and I don't know if that's a troll question. Why do people ask how many questions do I have to solve exactly to land a specific job? It's not about a specific number of questions. People will learn faster than others. Somebody could be able to it all just depends on how hard of a question you're able to solve within 25 minutes. If you can solve any array question within 40 minutes, you're probably good. If it takes you 2,000 questions to get there, it's going to take you 2,000 questions to get there.
Wait, I'm just gonna join back real quick because my
All
audio
right.
is kind of off.
All
I
right.
don't know.
Sounds good.
It's kind of delayed. Hello?
Yo, yo, yo.
Speak again.
Test.
Okay. Test 1 2. Speak one more time.
Test.
Okay, we're good. All right. Okay. Start the recording now. I'm gonna get into an intro, then I'm gonna start asking you the questions.
Yes, sir. Let's get
Okay.
it.
Okay. Okay. Okay, nice.
Sponsored.
Nice one, bro. Nice. Sponsored by Red Bull.
No. You know
Okay,
those
okay.
guys? They just sit there with their drink the whole time on the interview.
Yeah, literally. So weird. But
Hold
okay.
up. Hold up. Let me grab something.
3.
Give me a sec.
Cool.
30 seconds.
Go. Dun, 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 dun.
All right. Ready.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today I'm joined by a meta software engineer that works over at the Silicon Valley. And I'm going to be asking him a few questions about life in Silicon Valley, how he went from working at startups to unicorns to now working at a big tech company like Meta. So I just want to start off
Yes, sir.
with James. Do you want to just give a little bit of about yourself to the channel?
Yes, sir. Thanks for the intro. My name is James Peralta. I'm a software here at Meta right now, but before that, I was working at earlier stage companies. So I started my career starting at an early Series B company. So the company just raised their Series B when I joined and worked there for a few years. Then joined a company that was way later stage, a Series F or something, and then now working in big tech. So kind of had experience working across the different sizes of the companies. So it's been an interesting time. Pretty much started my career here in SF, and yeah, I have no plans of leaving anytime soon. It was a good career decision to move out here.
Interesting path you had there, James. And interesting how you went from different series of startups. But I'm kind of very interested into how, like, could you walk me through your journey to Meta and what drew you to the company?
Yeah. I think for me, the reason why I wanted to join Meta is because they were building out, at the time, their llama models were really good. So I saw how they're deploying AI across the stack, not across just writing code, but across the business as well. And I've always been a fan of AI. I was doing a lot of AI projects even when I was in college and researching that field. So I always wanted to get back into it, but it was really hard for me to crack AI right away out of college. I used to only apply for computer. When I was in college, I was applying for computer vision jobs and AI roles. That was back in 2020. It was I couldn't land anything, so I just had to apply for regular SWE roles and ended up that's how I ended up getting my first job. But my main goal was to eventually pivot into back into the AI stuff. I think I'm slowly getting there, but it's a long road to get to where you want to be. But I'm feel like I'm getting close to that. And Meta was sort of the next best step for me at the moment. I was working at a company called Rippling, and it was more HR technology, full stack development. They used AI, but I mean Meta develops their own models, and you get to see everything from the inside. So it just felt like the better move for me.
Okay. And did you interview for any other companies at the same time, or were you just fixated on Meta?
Yeah, well, I pretty much was only applying, or I only took the job at I only had Meta at the time because I just started at a different Rippling, and I was there under a year. So before that, in 2024 was when I started switching jobs, and back then I had a lot of interviews across different companies such as like Scale, DoorDash, um, what else? Rippling. There's a bunch. I probably had like six or seven on-site loops, and I ended up actually flopping a lot of them. But like I pretty much went all the way through, but didn't get the offer. I had no, and then a lot of the times they didn't even tell you exactly why. But Rippling was the company that I ended up working for or getting a job at, and then Meta kind of hit me up 6 months into Rippling. But at Rippling, I had a 1 year cliff, so I pretty much had to. I wanted to stay at Rippling until I hit my 1 year cliff, and I wasn't really thinking of switching at all. So I wasn't really applying. But then Meta reached out to me to do an interview, probably 6 or 7 months into my role at Rippling, and I decided to take it just because it felt like it was a good opportunity, and I was willing to give up my stock cliff, which was a decent cliff.
Okay. Okay. That's very interesting. You said Rippling, was that one of the startups you're working at?
Yeah, yeah. That was the
Okay.
startup I was working at.
Okay. Could you walk through, like, from the beginning, the each company you worked at and what stage they were in terms of the startup, I don't know, scale, and
Yeah,
then yeah,
yeah,
could you look through?
for sure.
Yeah, could you describe that, please? Yeah.
Yeah, so the first company I worked at three companies so far. The first company was a company called Nova Credit, and what Nova Credit did was it allowed immigrants to transfer their foreign credit history from their home country to the US. So it was pretty much founded out of Stanford Business School. So these Stanford Business School students noticed that when people would immigrate to the US, they would have to start completely from scratch. Even though that they built up good reputation, good credit score back home, when they came to US, they had to start from scratch, and even getting things like a phone or a car loan was super difficult for them. So the way that they did it was just build an infrastructure layer on top of all the credit bureaus worldwide. And then if a customer requested their credit information, it would pull their data from their home country and bring it to the US and get them access to the credit system. And yeah, that was the initial product. So when I joined, they just finished raising a $50 million Series B, and they had a lot of really good investors. They also went through Y Combinator and all those other or startup accelerators, and had investments from big VC firms like Kleiner Perkins. So that's kind of how I found them. The My strategy for finding companies to work at was look for popular VCs or VCs that had a high success rate. So if you go on like AngelList or something, you'll see all of the different VC firms, and then you'll see their success rate. So some VCs like Kleiner Perkins, pretty much 30-40% of the companies they invest in end up exiting in some way, and it shows you the success rate. So that means that they're doing their due diligence and figuring out what companies to work on. Well, of course, like they're not just going to invest $50 million into a company for no reason, right? So that's the main way that I figured out what companies to apply for, because trying to find a startup to work for is very difficult. You don't know who the founders are. They could lie to you in the interview and what they're doing. They might run out of money, and taking on a startup job as your very first job is very, very risky. So you really need to do your due diligence, and the way that I did that is just look for the companies that have investments from very well-known VCs who wouldn't just put their money in random people, but also that makes the job a little bit more competitive to get. But it's fine. I think it's worth the risk. But that was their idea. And I mean, yeah, when I joined, it was less than 50 people, probably 40 people, and their product was sort of this many to one product where you can take any credit score from a foreign country and then bring it into US. But when I joined, the main goal was to internationalize the product. That means instead of just being able to take a credit score from and bring it to the US, somebody should be able to take their score from Canada to the US, to Britain, to India, to the UK, pretty much take their credit score wherever with them. So I think it was a very good time to join, because I got a lot of experience of how to take a product and internationalize it. So take this many to one problem and convert it to a many to many solution, or this many to one solution, convert it to a many to many solution. So I got to work on a lot of very interesting projects. One of my biggest projects was this thing called like the public API, which was essentially our API that allowed us to launch internationally, because it was API that our customers would hit, and like under the hood it would do the transfer between like one country. It was very hard coded to go from one country to the US, but under the hood we had to make a lot of changes to like support sending the credit report and to any country, well, a specific subset of countries, and perform all of the compliance and things like that. And um, yeah, we pretty much built out this API from 0 to 1, and I feel like it was like a 1 to 2 year project at the time. Probably with AI now it would be a lot faster, but that was one of my biggest projects, and I think that really helped me when it came to getting a senior offer at Rippling, and then eventually moving to Meta, because on all my interviews, that's the main thing that I would tell them about. That was like my biggest project so far in my career.
It, yeah, it is a very big project and it's very interesting. But you mentioned something about how you had a method for finding startups to work at
Yeah.
that you applied. What actually dragged you to wanting to work at a startup though? That's what I wonder.
For me, it's about the learning. I had the hypothesis that if I work at an early stage startup, I'll have the most learnings, and that's just probably maybe from social media and other things that I was consuming, where I consumed a lot of Y Combinator. I mean, I was kind of obsessed with startups when I was in even when I was in my hometown of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. I was going to a lot of startup events. So I was addicted to startups. So I was watching a lot of Y Combinator, and I just thought, and I had a couple friends and other people that worked at the big company, and they would tell me that it things get abstracted for you, and that is very true. You don't really get to work on things at the very. You don't have to set things up from scratch, because a lot of things are set up for you. There's a lot of code you can copy off of. Things are just kind of working. Versus at a startup, you really need to understand things from first principles. And I think it's really good foundational knowledge if you get to work on things at that low level and then just scale it up throughout your career.
See, I agree, and it is true. Like a lot of these big companies, they abstract away a lot of stuff,
Hmm.
whereas with the startups, they're really early in there. They're not actually going to have everything all planned out, made out. They're
Hmm.
going to be actually building stuff from scratch. So there is going to be a much longer learning curve, but you do learn more in the end, I guess. So I
Yeah.
understand. I understand your point there.
Like
But
setting things up from
like
AWS, looking at the RDS,
yeah,
um, literally,
like all that stuff. You're gonna.
yeah. Setting up, figuring out what
Yeah, all that.
libraries to use. There's so many things that you have to do from scratch versus at a big company it's kind of very abstracted from you. There's multiple layers of abstraction on top of the database.
Yeah, literally so many layers of abstraction. But yeah, thanks for that overview. Now I want to go more into like how life is at Silicon Valley. So like could you describe life in Silicon Valley to someone that's never been there before?
Yeah, yeah. A lot of people would say that Silicon Valley or just SF is mostly tech, and there's definitely a lot of tech here. I mean, there's tech events pretty much every day, but there's also a lot of arts. There's a lot of people who do things outside of tech, so I think it's pretty diverse. Um, it re- Comparing to Canada, when I was in Canada, I would try to go to startup events, and startup events would probably only you'll only see startup events every probably once every couple weeks, sometimes every few weeks, and then the speakers were kind of random. Versus here, there's startup events and technical talks pretty much multiple times a week. And then when you go to these technical talks, they're hosted by companies like GitHub and AI Labs. And some of the people presenting are at NVIDIA working on AI research. So, really, the people that you get to just run into a lot of people working on some very, very interesting things. And then, I mean, there's also a lot of money in San Francisco, in the Bay Area. A lot of people are getting funding. There's a lot of money getting put into these startups. If you have any idea and you want to blow it up, a lot of VCs will even try to move people to San Francisco and just have it there. I think the density of just people working on things, events, um, technical talent, people you could run into. The other day I was walking the streets and I saw Michael Seibel, the guy from Y Combinator, just walking on the street. So you just come across so many people, and I think the biggest thing is just being surrounded by people working on the cutting edge technology. But with that being said, there's always so many other things to do. San Francisco is a beautiful city. The weather's nice. There's so many tourist things to do. There's a lot of people walking around. Food is amazing. I don't know. I love being out here and I don't see myself leaving anytime soon.
Honestly, if I was where you were, I wouldn't want to leave anytime soon either. But has your lifestyle changed as you moved across the different company stages, or would you say it's been the same?
Lifestyle is in like the money I'm spending, the things I'm doing, or my
Yeah,
apartment
kind of like the
rent.
things you're yeah, kind of like the things you're doing, the work-life balance. Has there been any difference at all between the different companies?
Yeah. I would say, I mean, with my life stuff, I still live in a very small apartment, like less than 300 square feet. The moment I'm gonna drop a video on a apartment tour and everyone's gonna laugh because it's such a tiny space and I'm paying like 1,800 in rent, which is actually kind of cheap for San Francisco, but I've been living in the same apartment for the last 5 years, have no plans on moving. Still have the same, still do the same things like go to work, hit the gym. Meta honestly has better work-life balance than when I was working at the early stage companies. Working at Rippling, the work-life balance was way worse. But and then working at Nova Credit, the early Series B, it wasn't the work-life balance was good, but I was just very motivated to work on the projects and try to grow my career. So I was working up until 8 p.m. pretty much every day. And then, yeah, I was just trying to grind because I wanted to accelerate my career. Like somebody, my CEO once, he told me that you could, essentially, he was talking about like how you could fit 5 years of experience in 3 years if you grind it out. And I just thought that that made 100% sense to me. I wanted to compact my career so I could focus on other things eventually. So I want to get 5 years of experience in 3 years, 10 years of experience in 6 years, and then that will compound. So I would already have within 6 years of experience have done the same amount of work or pushed out the same amount of projects as someone who had a 10 or 11 year career, and then I could focus on other things as well instead of just like a slow 11 years of work. That's sort of what I wanted to do. Everyone's different, but that's kind of something that when I heard that idea of compacting your experience and your career into a small period of time, I just thought that was the move. So that's kind of what my main focus was. Every day when I was working, I was like, yeah, my goal, I'm trying to get 5 years experience out of this next 3 years. That's the main thing I was thinking in my head.
Hey, that's I think that's actually a really good mindset to have, trying to compact your work, sorry, to learning a lot in a very short period of time, so that
Hmm.
you can continue to learn more and more and more. I can see that you're very eager to learn. You love learning,
Yeah.
and I can say I'm kind of the same as well. I
Hmm.
do try to learn a lot in small periods of time. So I can relate to you on that part. But do you think that Silicon Valley is still the center of tech?
Yeah, 100%. I think so. A lot of people said it's not, but people, I was here in 2021 when people say that it wasn't. But if you look up a list of the unicorns, back in the time I looked this up probably a year or two ago. It's probably even better for SF now with all the AI, but there was like 1,000 unicorn companies in the world, and about 200 of them were in the San Francisco Bay Area. So 200 companies in San Francisco Bay Area, unicorn companies, and then the rest were very spread out. I think New York only had 50, Seattle had like 8, China maybe I don't know how many were in China or if they even report that correctly, but essentially all the unicorn companies were in SF. And now with all the AI stuff, I think it's even concentrating again back in San Francisco Bay Area. You'll see all of these companies building offices here and recruiting out of here and starting up here still. At the time, when it came to back in 2021, 2022, fintech was starting to, and crypto was the hot thing at the time. The same way that you would drive around San Francisco and just see AI billboards everywhere, everyone talking about AI, back in 2021, 2022, everyone was working on crypto. I had multiple managers quit just to start their crypto companies. So I was churning managers and they're all just quitting to start crypto companies. And everyone that I would talk to at events was working on crypto, couldn't get away from crypto at all. You drive from the airport into the city, all the signs are crypto. But I just never really, and like all the events, like there's NFT events, there's so many crypto events. I didn't really get into crypto like that. I didn't see the value in crypto, but you could see a big shift in when AI started to come out. The same way that crypto was everywhere, now it's just AI everywhere. And but I actually see the value in AI. But yeah, back when crypto was coming out, a lot of companies were moving to New York, a lot of companies were moving to Miami, and a lot of those crypto and fintech companies are still there. But when it comes to AI tech, it's a lot of it is in San Francisco Bay Area and the West
Yeah, okay.
Coast. So I think
Okay.
it's still the spot
Mhm.
to be.
It's still the spot to be. So you'd recommend people to like early in their career to be going to San Francisco?
Yeah, I think just put yourself where put yourself where you feel like the odds for you to become successful will be higher, or put yourself where, like, I was reading that Atomic Habits book, and it was talking about that you want to build your environment around you such that the habits that you want are rewarded and the habits that you don't want are discouraged. So that means, so I think moving to San Francisco Bay Area is a good example of that. You go to San Francisco Bay Area, it's a meritocracy. Everybody's working on things that you want to work on, and if you do great on those, if you do great at that, you'll get rewarded. Versus living in a different area, maybe they don't really care about AI. Maybe that's maybe they're more focused on oil and gas, or they focus on other industries. Maybe they have a lot of regulations around AI or investment, and or they don't have a lot of investment. So the habits that you want get restricted, and it's not as encouraged. Versus here, it's very encouraged to innovate, build new things, and try to come up with your startup. So you just surround yourself with people doing the same thing, and it just helps a lot. It's like you want to
Okay.
become good at basketball, and then you go to live in a country where it's snowing the whole time, and you can't even play, and then nobody really plays basketball. The main sport is hockey. Like, then you can't really play with anybody good.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
mean,
So like you say the main point is being surrounded by all these ambitious people, all these people that want to go so far. Being surrounded by those kind of people will help you accelerate your career.
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So just
Pretty
putting
interesting
yourself in
point.
put yourself in the environment where you're like the where your goals are encouraged.
Yeah, pretty solid point. Honestly, you are who you're around. So
Exactly.
yeah. So I just wanted to ask some questions about or the early stage startups that you were working at.
Yeah.
So like what kind of engineer thrives in an early stage startup, would you say?
I would say the probably somebody who's not scared to get their hands dirty. Like they don't they're interested in tinkering, because things are not just going to work for you. So for example, working at a big company, you just click one button and your environment is set up for you. Your back end is running, your front end is running, you make changes and you can automatically see it there. Versus working at a startup, you click that same button and you might see errors. It might not work for you. And then you need to figure out what's happening there. Why is it not working for you? And try to make a fix to make sure that's working for you the next time and working for your other teammates. So little things like that. There's a lot of things that you just have to do yourself that you don't that you'll just get for free. So if you're willing to look into errors, fix those little bugs, build things from the ground up, and like work through those type of problems, then it's better for you to work at a startup, I would say. Because you're the repository is starting from scratch. Not everything is built out. The infrastructure is not built out. There's not one click button to set up your thing. Sometimes the test will flake, and then you need to figure out like how to pause the test, and there's no automatic thing that will pause the test for you. You might run into errors, and then there's not it's hard to debug the errors because there's not enough tooling to figure out, to be able to triage it. So you have to figure out what technologies to bring into the company in order to help you triage better. Different things like that. You have to be very scrappy. You kind of have to be a hustler. You can't be afraid to get your hands dirty, and you need to be able to work on lower levels of abstraction below the below the application layer.
Okay, okay. I see. So you're kind of describing an engineer that likes to take a lot of ownership of a project.
Yeah.
And Yeah. So okay, yeah, I see. Makes sense. Like everything's extracted away. If something's wrong, you're gonna have to figure it out, and there's just you have to go at such a low level rather than all the layers of extraction that would be there working at somewhere like Meta.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean,
I see.
when I was working at the early stage company, we had to work on everything from the application layer all the way down to our date, like where we're hosting on doing stuff on AWS. Versus work, and when I moved to Rippling, there was infrastructure teams. So at Nova Credit, we had to do everything. So we had to do front end development, front end infrastructure development. That means building out the design systems and different like pulling in different technologies to help you move faster with front end, and then working with things like Webpack and all of that. So that's like the what front end infrastructure portion. Then we had to work on the back end development, which is sort of designing the APIs and designing also the like database design also. But then we also had to work on the database infrastructure portion of it. But when you work at a bigger company, there's teams dedicated to that. So when I'm working at Rippling, I was just working on the application layer. And then there's teams working on the front end infrastructure. They're building out our design system and just exposing us to different components that we could use. And if we wanted to make changes, they would do that and maintain it. They would handle all of the on call related to if anything would tweak out on the front end. And then the same thing with the back end. We would do little stuff on the back end related to our application, but there was other teams working on the back end infrastructure portion, which is things like um, everything related to the database. Versus
Mhm.
working at Nova Credit, we had to actually do all of that ourselves. There was only about less than 20 engineers, so yeah.
Okay. Okay. Would you say working at Nova Credit? Nova Credit was the unicorn, right?
It was a Series B company. It might be a unicorn now. I'm not sure.
Okay. Would working at you worked at a unicorn before, right?
Yeah, I worked at a unicorn for sure. When I joined Rippling, it was around $13 billion in valuation, over $10 billion in valuation. So
Okay. So yeah, I
it's
just wanted to
massive.
ask something.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to ask something on the unicorn. Would you say working at a unicorn was more stressful or more exciting than working at the early stage startups that you worked at?
Probably depends on the unicorn. I would say the company that I was working at, there was a lot of tech debt, so it really stopped us from moving fast. So the most code I've ever what that I was writing was working at a series was my first company. Now at Meta, I actually get to write a lot of code again, but working on the unicorn company, it was very guy. There was way too much. It was way too much tech that made us move slow. A lot of things. I feel like there's a lot of shortcuts taken, but honestly, the only way to get to that stage was probably to take those shortcuts. Because when I would look at the code compared to the code that we would build out at Nova Credit, so Nova Credit was very early stage, and then Rippling was later stage. There's a lot of weird shortcuts that were taken at the later stage company, but they grew a lot faster than we did. So maybe because they had to grow so fast, they had to do things in a different way. Versus us, we didn't grow as fast, so we had more time to sit down and build out the systems. But then they're kind of on a
Okay.
rocket ship, so things are different, and the strategy for how to grow the company was different, and the
Okay.
founders were different. So
Okay, and how does engineering change when a company starts scaling very fast?
let me think about that. It's a good question. Honestly, I haven't really been there at a company that was going from 50 to 1,000 in a year. I've never been. When I joined Rippling, it was we weren't going from 0 to 1. We were going from like 1 to 10. The company was already established, and it was just growing. I've never been on like I wouldn't say I really been on a true rocket ship where we're like 50 people and all of a sudden we're at 1,000. You know what I mean? That would be crazy. But I'm sure a lot of things would break. A lot of things were breaking in our system. So they're built in a very naive way for small companies. And then as we started taking bigger and bigger enterprises, everything was just breaking. Things were getting slower. Like, and then we
Mm.
had to make a lot of changes in our system to support the larger scale. So I think one thing that would probably happen is you build things in a very naive way, and then as the company takes on more and more users, you're gonna have to optimize. All your stuff is gonna break. Your development environment, your database is gonna be too big. Your code is gonna get so big that you try to run it locally, you can't run it locally. The data is so big that you can't really query it, and your website gets slow, and then you have to optimize it. That's actually something. Yeah, now thinking back on it, that's a big thing that we had to spend a lot of time on. Was we're taking on bigger and bigger customers, and everything was just breaking, and you just need to find ways to optimize the system and fix it. And there was constant war rooms and firefighting related to performance improvements.
Okay, so you'd say that there was a lot more just ship very fast rather than actually optimize, and then you'd find yourselves optimizing much later.
Yeah, I would say when you first start, when you're working at a when you're first starting a company, there's no point in over optimizing your solution because you don't really know if it's going to work. A lot of times you're going to build products that actually people, it doesn't get as much users as you want, or it doesn't really get the same effect that you want. So in that case, yeah, in that case, there's if you over optimize, there's really no point in over optimizing at that point because then you might have to throw it away and you wasted your work. So a lot of times it's a lot of experimenting to get things that work, and when things work, sometimes it works overnight and it gets a lot of traffic, and all of a sudden you need to start supporting it, and you built it in some way that was only supposed to support 10 users, but all of a sudden there's 100,000 people on it, and you just gotta go with the flow. It's kind of a lot. People describe it as you're flying a plane and fixing the plane at the same time. So you're building the plane while it's in the air. So you started off the planes. Obviously, you're not just gonna build a Boeing 737 right away and just start flying it. You're gonna build something that gets you up in the air, and as you're in the air, you're starting to patch it up and build it as you're in the air. That's kind of what the experience is like.
Honestly, like it makes sense. Like you're not gonna start off a company with some crazy amount of scaled service. Like there's no point. You don't actually know how many users are gonna come on there. So
Yeah.
yeah, I guess that makes a lot of sense.
So it could be a
Now
waste of
on
time.
to yeah, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, definitely could be a waste of time. But on to big tech now. How does working at a large established tech company feel different?
I would say just a lot more. I have a lot more time to think about what I'm gonna do and what I'm gonna work on. And honestly, I feel more like a researcher over just like a coding machine. I get a lot of time to spend about things that I can automate, things that I could bring in. Because you're not just a lot of like the team I'm on. There's not immediate fires to fight every single day. I actually get quite a bit of time to think about how I can automate certain parts of the process, experiment with the new tools. Obviously, balance like actually shipping features, but it's been way less meetings, so I don't have daily stand-ups anymore. I used to have stand-ups every single day. So for 4 years, I was just doing stand-ups every single day. Imagine 4 years of stand-ups every single day. It's ridiculous. I didn't know that it was a
Yeah,
problem
okay.
until I got out of it. I was like, oh, I'm so happy to not have to do a stand-up every day. But stand-ups make if you do stand-up every day, I think that makes the team work a lot faster for sure because you just have such a tight loop. Everyone knowing you get to ramp up way faster because you're understanding what everyone's working on. You're getting feedback every day, but it's also makes you push a lot harder because every day you kind of have you need to come to stand up with something to show for it, right? So you're kind of
Yeah.
looking for quick wins every single day, just so I have something to show for in stand up. Versus when you don't have stand up, you get a you get longer term thinking, and also the deadlines are further ahead. When working at earlier stage companies, every project is due yesterday, and there's a backlog of projects to get done. So yeah, I remember just being in working on projects, and then I would be getting meetings booked for other projects that I need to work on that are already have a due date too. These projects already have a due date before you even scope them. It's kind of in reverse. But they already have a due date, and then you're working on your current project. You know you still have a few weeks to let work of left on your current project, but now you're in calls for another project. So you're multi-threading multiple projects a lot of time, and there's lots of due dates and hard deadlines. Versus at Meta, it's not really like that. I mean, there's deadlines, but they're not really hard deadline. And if you it depends on the team, and you could probably slip a deadline and you're not gonna get in trouble. But if you slip a deadline at a smaller company when everyone's kind of working on the specific everyone's kind of working on one of the core products that's core to the business. If you slip one of those deadlines, it's gonna be a problem. For example, when I was working at Nova Credit, we were doing a big launch with HSBC. We already had like a press release and everything waiting for it. If we slipped that deadline, that'd be big trouble for the company because it was a P0 initiative for the company as well. Versus now, I mean, deadlines are gonna slip. There's so many people working on at the company that some deadlines are gonna slip. Some people are gonna hit their deadline. Some people are gonna hit multiple deadlines. So the company's always gonna have something to show for it. Versus you work at a small company, there's 3 teams and 2 teams slip their deadline. Now they have nothing to show for the last few months of work.
Okay, okay. Yeah, pretty interesting points there, and like it makes sense. I just had to do with you mentioned that in Meta there's less like chaos you have to fix every single day like there was in early stage startups.
Yeah,
I just wondered like what would being on call look like in early stage startups versus on Meta?
yeah. Dude, when I was working at Nova Credit, the on call was it was rough because we had to not just deal with the application layer logic, but deal with everything. So if there was any backend errors, infra errors, browser errors as in they load a website and like fails to fetch or some components not rendering. So you kind of had to deal with since we had to own front end infrastructure, back end infrastructure, you kind of had to own bugs across all of those, right? And some of the tooling also wasn't there. So you're just looking at very basic logs to figure out what the issue is. Versus at when I was working at Rippling, the tooling was so good for finding bugs. And a lot of the times we just had to focus on our specific application. So if there's errors in our specific application, we just had to fix that. And if there's anything that happened on the back end, anything that happened because of the design system or the front end infrastructure, other teams would handle that. So you have a lot more people to delegate to, I would say, versus working at a smaller company, you literally have no one to delegate to. Some people could be busy too. You might delegate it to them, they'll just delegate it back to you. But so I would say it's gotten easier as the companies as you move up or as you take on a bigger company, it it has gotten easier, but it's also team dependent as well, honestly. Some on calls at Meta are probably very rough. Some mine not so rough. But what I would
Okay,
say is
okay.
working
Great.
at a small startup, on call is gonna be rough for everyone. So you can't really hide from it. I mean, somebody has to keep the site up. A lot of the startups operate very lean. So probably operating with 30%, 40% less staff than they actually need or that they actually need. And I don't know, the Rippling founder literally said that. He said he loves to operate his teams at like 50% of what he thinks they actually need. He tries to keep them overworked, I guess. So he's like,
That's
if I know a
overworked.
team needs 10 people, he said it's public. He posted it somewhere in a podcast. Like if I know the team needs 10 people, I'll staff it with 6. So I mean that kind of says it
But
all.
why?
Uh, I think it breed. There's a lot of people who say that, and they say it breeds resourcefulness. It helps people think out the box, random stuff like that. I agree with it to some extent, but I mean, you're just killing these people.
Literally just killing them. But okay, I have a couple more questions. One question I did have was, how does ownership change across different types of companies like that you've worked at? Like decision
Ownership.
making and ownership.
I would say probably the. I would say ownership. You lose more of it the bigger the company you work at, honestly. Because if the company is only 5 people, you pretty much own the whole product. You have to work across everything in that product. And then as you work at bigger companies, they start adding layers of management, layers of abstraction over you. And I mean, you own something, but you work at a team, and then that team is part of some division, and that division is part of some org, and that org is part of some pillar. So you're really owning a small part in the company. You know what I mean? You get to own things. You still have ownership, but it's not ownership in the same way that you would have at a smaller company, if that makes sense. Um, like if you're working in with all those layers of management abstraction on top of you, you have a lot less control because there's going to be so many layers of decisions happening that's going to make you have to shift your focus onto other things as well. So it's not like, okay, your manager has an idea for what you want to build on, but maybe the org decides to go in another direction, and then they just start pushing that down on all of the other levels, and things will just change and you have no say on it because you had to debate someone 4 levels above you. You know what I mean?
So you'd say in the lower stages, not lower stages, but like in the earlier stages, you'd have more ownership and more say in decision making.
Yeah, I would say, and there's way less. You can just talk to, and I could talk to my CEO whenever, CTO whenever when I was working at early stage company. I could ask them what they're doing, what they're working on. I could ask them career advice. You could build a better relationship with them, and then you can't never obviously can't do that in Meta. You can't do that at Series F company because you have multiple managers ahead of you.
What do you think? Do you think the CEO of Meta would reply if you sent them a Slack message?
Maybe, probably, but I have no real desire to ask him
Fair
because
enough.
what he's working on is way different than where I'm at. Whereas when I was working at Nova Credit, he was the founder was a little his advice was way more applicable for where I was at in my career because he's in the middle of the grind. I mean, few steps ahead of me because he's just starting. He was his first company. He knows what it was like to just he's fresh out of the experience of starting one up. Because sometimes if you ask somebody who's already successful, it's hard to get exact good actionable advice off of them because it's already been years. So I'd rather ask somebody right in the mix of it.
So it makes sense, yeah. Asking someone that's already there, rather than that's already in the stage that you would be near, rather than someone that's like way ahead.
Yeah.
Like they would actually even remember exactly how they did everything, you know. So like, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, they won't remember.
But
Times have changed. I don't know.
yeah, like a lot of things have changed
Like
since
they'll
that
get
time, since Meta has begun. Like,
Yeah. And when I was working when I
before.
was working at the Series A, when I was working at the Series A, like, or it wasn't Series A, like what was called early stage company. When I was working at the early stage company during COVID, when the Delta variant hit, it was literally only me and him in the office just grinding it out. He would always stay actually later than me. So that's why he's just giving me all this career advice, and I've took that advice with me even to this day. Things like compacting your experience from 5 years to 3 years. I mean, different things like that. It's
Okay.
just useful to know how these people think.
Yeah, like I assume so, and I guess I wanted to ask, what is the best piece of advice that you gained from him, from that CEO?
And the one that I always just remember is was the try to get 5 years experience in 3 years. Compact 5 years of experience in 3 years. That was the main one. I mean, he had a really, I mean, it was always interesting to hear about his career because he started off on Wall Street, and he was just said he was working up until like 1 a.m. every day, 60, 70, 80 hour weeks. And then he was working on Wall Street for like 2 to 3 years, and he was able to get to partner at at a at Apollo, I think, was one of the big private equity firms. And then pretty much by the time he went to business school, he was already hitting over like 500K a year within 4 years. And when he graduated out of Stanford, they pretty much gave him $1 million offer to go back, and he decided not to go back and start his own company. And I mean, now the rest of history. He started his company, and he's found it way more. He likes it a lot more than working at a private equity firm or working on Wall Street. But I mean, he's honestly a true grinder, and it was just crazy to see that.
Definitely, only a true grinder would turn down $1 million offer to start their own company.
Yeah.
Honestly, honestly. Okay, final question. Thank you so much for answering all these questions. I had many questions for you, but this is the last one, I promise.
What's up,
Um, how should students think about choosing between startups and big tech?
man? In this industry, is probably different. I would say apply at all levels. Apply at startups. Apply at unicorns. Apply at big tech. At the end of the day, if you have multiple offers, you're gonna be able to you'll have leverage to negotiate your offer. But each stage of the company offers its own benefits. It's really about where you see yourself in 5 to 10 years. If your goal is to be um um staff engineer, a VP at a big tech company, or just in general, I would say just working at a joining a fan company will give you the most prestige and give you the best chance at getting to staff or getting to a VP level, because the trajectory it sets you on, especially if you start at a new grad and start at the same company, is pretty high. But if your goal is to become an entrepreneur, you should work at smaller stage companies, because you get to see how companies are built from the ground up. You get to see how the CEO talks, how the CEO motivates its employees, how he figures out what to work on, how he fundraises, all that stuff that you get exposure to. You wouldn't get exposure to at a big company for sure. So it really depends on where you see yourself in 10 years and what kind of exposure you want. But and yeah, that's just my main advice. So I would say if your goal was to become a CEO or start your own company, working at a fan company would still be, I could see a path where it would happen as well, especially because you get the prestige, maybe you move up, but the main thing that you would just not get is all of the small hustle and bustle and little, like the things that I mentioned that you gain from us working at a smaller stage company. like all these abstractions that you get for free. So and then you also get the golden handcuffs when you start working at a big tech company, because you start making so much money right away, and then they start layering on like refreshers and stuff like that. You just never want to leave. I don't know many people who start working at a big tech company that eventually that would want to leave to make no money. So that's also one thing you need to consider as well. Is that, I mean, once you go to a big tech, it's very hard to get out of it, because they just start paying you enormous amounts of money and start layering on refreshers that make you not want to quit.
Okay. Um, hello? Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
can you
I
hear me?
just lagged there for a sec. Yeah, but yeah, I see. But big tech companies, they have a lot of things in place to try and keep you in the company, and I guess that would take away from, if you want to be an entrepreneur, they can very much shift you to just wanting to just stay
Yeah.
comfortable and stay making that money that you're making in Meta. You know what I'm saying? So
It,
I understand that part,
one thing
honestly.
it also does is it'll ruin your perception on how fast things could actually ship as well. So you'll
Mm,
think that things will take months to ship and 3 months to ship, but really that should only take a day or a week. So when you're working at bigger companies, you could also mess up your perception on what it takes to ship something, and you'll think that all these things need to be in place in order to ship something when it's not really the case, and you could actually get it out without doing all that stuff. Like you
Yeah.
might take it might flop, but it's small enough and not enough users where it doesn't matter. Iterate.
Okay. Okay. I
So
see.
different things like that. So I would say though, like if you're hungry, if you're gonna find a way to be successful regardless of where you choose. I would just
Hmm.
say just consider some of that stuff. But if your dream was to always make a startup, you've been working at big tech the whole time, you'll be able to do it as long as you're hungry enough. You're passionate enough about it. You'll be able to do it. Doesn't really matter. All every experience I had across all my companies was a great experience. The moment it stopped being a great experience, I quit. So
Fair enough, honestly. Um, Pretty solid advice, man. Pretty solid advice. But yeah, that's all the questions I had for you today. Thank you
all
so
right,
much for
man.
getting on here.
No problem.
Honestly.
Thanks for the interview. Those were good questions. Hopefully covered a lot of the stuff that you wanted to talk about. I don't know.
Yeah, it definitely did. Covered a lot and more.
Nice.
Yeah. But yeah, that's all for the video. If you guys enjoyed the video, make sure you like, subscribe. I will link James's YouTube down below, and he'll also be a collaborator on this video. So you can
Sure.
hit the subscribe button. It should be right beside my name. And yeah, see you guys next time. Peace.
All right. Thanks, bro.
Yeah. Okay.
Nice. Think that was
I've
solid.
stopped recording now. Yeah, you covered a lot. You covered a lot of what I wanted to cover. It was like I'd ask you one question, and then you'd cover like 6 questions in it.
I was
That's
rambling.
what you were doing. So, yeah, so I started like scrolling through my questions, trying to like see something that you didn't answer before. It was like, bro.
No, you did good though, cause yeah,
But yeah,
you're doing that well. It's hard to do that, yeah.
all I it is. Then I'm trying to respond to your question while looking at the questions, and
Yeah.
then it was kind of a lot, but got it done. Got it done.
When you dropping
What's
this one?
the I'm gonna drop it tomorrow, 6 p.m. GMT.
Nice.
So it should be around 10 o'clock your time. You're 8 hours behind, right?
Yeah, it's
Pretty
like
sure.
2 p.m. for me, or 1:42.
Yeah, you're 8 hours behind. So it should be out 10 a.m. tomorrow. I'm gonna upload it now, and I'll send you the collaboration link so then you can join as a collaborator.
Sounds good, bro. All right, I'm gonna hop on some
All
code
right.
forces.
Go forces. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to ask you about the getting systems design interview.
Yeah, let's do that like later in in March, because I have to focus up on just straight algos right now, and then I'll
Oh
get
yeah,
on
because
that.
the code forces. All right, cool. All right, man.
What
Enjoy
kind
the
of
code forces.
system design did you want to focus on? Like application, like
Uh,
infrastructure, database. Like what kind of?
yeah, I guess like something like design Twitter design, a rate limiter, like just
Yeah.
that kind of system.
Because for me,
Yeah.
honestly, the ones that I don't really study the infra ones at all. I focus more because there's product system design and then there's infra system design. So are you familiar with the difference between those, or you've seen that or no?
Mm, No, I just heard of system design.
Yeah. So if you're working, if you get an offer, for example, if you're interviewing at Meta, there's two tracks.
Mm-hmm.
You can be a product engineer, it's kind of generalist, or infra. So they'll make a distinction between the questions that they ask you. So for example, product level ones are design Yelp, design LeetCode, design Ticketmaster, etc. Then there'll be infra specific ones. They're like design this queue, design this distributed queue, design this distributed database, right? Those ones I really
Yeah.
don't really study those at all. But if you ask me like a product one, it'll be probably more useful. Like design
Yeah,
a
I was.
product, because that's more of what I studied. I like purposely didn't study the infra ones because I just didn't go through that track.
Okay, makes sense. And I also haven't studied those infra ones, to be honest.
Yeah.
I've only studied product ones, so but I didn't know that they were like they distincted. I can't even speak.
Yeah.
They differentiated them.
Yeah, they differentiate
But
them
yeah,
because it's totally
but yeah, I was
different.
gonna ask you a product one.
Totally
Mm-hmm.
different. Like it's totally different way of approaching it if you're gonna do infrastructure one
Like
versus
most
product.
most system design interviews I see are product ones. So
Yeah,
yeah, I was planning to ask you a product one.
nice. Okay, yeah, I'll just message you.
No problem. Cool.
Sounds
Good
good,
luck.
man. All
Peace
right.
out.
Peace. Oli. Yo, what's good? Yo, chat, did I cover what y'all want to hear? Any questions? Yo, drop your resume in. Didn't cover hike and land fang with 800 solve. Yo, honestly, if you have 800 solve and then you flop a fang interview, it's just, I'd be very sad for you. Then you really need to rethink your strategy. Yo, chat. So the guy's asking, where do you drop your resume review? Drop your resume review in the thing that I linked. Oli. Grab some water. Then we're gonna grind some cold forces. Let's get it in. Let's get it in. Yo, if you want to learn about segment trees, go on Alpha Code's channel. He's just dropping videos on segment trees right now. Yeah, let's grind some code forces, man. I wanna look at some of the questions we did the other day. Oh, I don't think you'll need to learn segment trees for a long, long time. Yeah. The only thing I've ever implemented was a binary index tree. And that was just for a LeetCode contest. Wait, let me answer some of these real quick. These are kind of good. Should I send a thank you email to recruiter after the final round? Wait, let me see. That's kind of interesting. Okay, someone said, should I send a thank you email to recruiter after the final round? Only Dave, only chat. Who does this? Who actually sends the thank you email? I do this, but I want to see who else does it. I do it, yeah, just out of respect. I do it and I have done it and still got rejected, bro. It's sad. Yeah, send wait, let me see. Yeah, send a thank you email. I do it and it's just nice, and you can auto generate it using AI. Is it true that Meta is making AI part of PSCs? What are your thoughts on culture at Meta right now? I can't answer that. Can't answer that, bro. Public company. I don't want to get in trouble with the SEC. Interested in how Ishan, okay. Ishan answered that on stream. I'm just gonna get through all these answered. Answered. How many LeetCode? Why are people asking how many hours? It's not like we count how many hours of LeetCode we did. We just keep doing them, spamming them. Probably over 1,000 hours. How many hours have I spent? Suppose it takes me on average probably 45 minutes. I've probably done over 800 questions across all the platforms. On average 45 minutes, because some take longer, some take lower. So that's 36,000 minutes divided by 60. Yeah, I probably spent over 1,000 hours grinding LeetCode, because probably I would say I spent about 1,000 hours on LeetCode platform. How many days is that? If I was playing game, how many days of playing time would that be? Around only 41 days of playing time. That's not bad. I put up more days of playing time in COD. You'll see people play COD and they have, like, by the end of it, they'll have like 60 days of playing time. I would say I would probably have more than 100 days of playing time on. Yeah, exactly. I would say I have 200 days of playing time. Because especially when I started, and yeah, I would say I'd probably have over. Yeah. Chat, how much time do you all spend on Like if you go on your Call of Duty or something, how much playing time did you put up? 41 days is a lot to have though, but still. All right, someone said, "How would you approach learning as a junior dev in 2026? AI is being shoved on us at our job, and I feel like I can't keep up with the deadlines without using it. At the same time, also feel as though my skills are gonna atrophy. How can I find the right balance without having to code outside of work? I want a social life." Hmm. Interesting question. How would you approach learning as a junior dev? I would, man, what I would say is the best advice for junior devs is to try to work on hard things. So when you're working at a company, a lot of the times there's going to be some hard things that everyone doesn't want to do. You're going to see tickets that are getting pushed from sprint to sprint. Nobody wants to take it up. You should try to take on those because those are going to be where you learn the most. I would say also don't be it if you like don't just do things because you feel like you need to do it. If coding is no longer useful, then naturally you're gonna not be able to you're naturally gonna not be doing it as much as work and you'll naturally lose that skill. But that's fine because then it's not useful anymore. You know what I mean? Don't be so worried. I would just say just uh, don't think so hard about what's happening. Just focus on every day, putting in your effort every single day, and you should be in a good place. Why is recording telling himself the question? Okay, let's look at the resume review. Yeah, that's dumb. Yeah, dude. Somebody commented this on one of my latest questions. I was thinking about this a bit. Somebody had a good. Where is this? Let me get this. Look up better. Chat, chat. Any thoughts on this? Let me get some water. Holy. Yeah, dude. Cloud Code is getting me addicted. So someone in the chat is asking, it feels like AI innovation only harms programmers. In terms of code forces or any kind of programming competition, AI is killing the whole thing, not only in competitive programming, but in general. Software engineering feels terrible, personally. The reason I start everything at the first place is doable by AI models. It kills desire to be a programmer. I mean, if it when I read this comment, the main thing that I was thinking is this person really enjoys the day to day of just writing code by hand. That's what it seemed like. Because he said the reason I started everything in the first place is now doable AI, with AI models, and the main thing that the AI models are doing is literally just writing the code. You still need to input what it needs. Still need to do all the other things around it, as in coordinating with stakeholders, figuring out what idea to work on, um, figuring out the architecture. I mean, you can figure out its architecture as well, but you can just keep talking to it. But it seems like this person is really into the actual action of just having a code editor open and writing code. And he thinks that AI is just sort of destroying that and killing his desire to be a programmer. And I would say if the thing that you enjoy the most is writing code by hand, then for sure, with all these AI models, it's not going to be fun for you anymore, this job. Because this job is no longer just writing code. Because now we're working with these AI models that are going to write the code for us. Me personally, I enjoyed not just writing code, but building products, launching products, building things in the tech space, automating workflows, automating things in my life, building very smart programs, right? I cared more about the end outcome or the end product that we were trying to launch instead of the process. I did enjoy the process, but the process, a lot of the times, were very tedious. And I just remember some projects that were just so tedious, and I'm so happy that AI is out there, so I don't have to do those super tedious, repetitive tasks anymore. I mean, like migrations and stuff like that. You're not even building on a new product; you're just migrating to some new technology. That was so much effort without AI, right? Um, what else? What else did we have to do? Man, like writing test cases, writing test cases could be fun for the first bit, but eventually it gets tedious. And now AI can automate that, and you just focus on other things like the product you want to build, how people are interacting with your product, right? And then there's now with AI, there's so many ideas that I have that I could actually build out because I just have more time to build it out, especially things on the side and side projects and ideas that I have. Now with AI, I'm actually able to work on that. Otherwise, I would have to lose my whole social life to work on that before. So I think in terms of being a builder, in terms of being a software engineer or somebody who wants to build products, it's only really the best time to get into it right now because the barrier to writing code is so low. You have more time to focus on building things and getting things out, and then you could build way better experiences. You could build way stronger products. You could get analytics, debugging, build all the tooling around it, and build very good experiences for way less time. And then you don't have to deal with all the annoying things. If I want to migrate from JavaScript to TypeScript, with the AI, I could do that so quick instead of having to spend 3 months on it. So if you enjoy those things, that if you enjoy things like building on migrations and some of the manual things, then I mean AI definitely is gonna ruin your mood and ruin what you're working on. But if you just enjoy building products, this is the best time to be in this industry. That's my sort of take on AI. I don't know, Chad. What's everyone else's take? Okay, let's see what everyone's saying. Unit tests were AIDS. You can still write code if you're slower than AI, to be honest. You just need to be very good at it. Yeah. Yep. Testing. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, I just feel way more empowered. I feel way more empowered with these AI tools. I feel like I can 10x my productivity. Any idea that I have. There's so many ideas that I had in my head, and I was like, then I have to set up the database, then I have to set up the authentication, then I have to set up the routing, and then I have to just make sure it's secure. Now I could just prompt the AI to do that and just keep, it'll get me 90% of the way. And then I just keep iterating there, and I could just build out everything I ever imagined with the AI. And there's still, it's not like just because there's AI, everyone's just gonna build everything. There's still a cost to it. I mean, it costs you tokens. I would say now with AI, the best ideas will win, or people with good ideas will still be able to have a job. People who could find good things to work on. Because if someone has no idea, what are they gonna do? Just sit in front of the code editor and just ask the Chat GPT for ideas, and then take those ideas and build those ideas that Chat GPT had. I mean, you could do that, but you're gonna do that for every single. If you can't think for yourself, you're gonna do that for everything you do. First, ask ChatGPT. Oh, you have any ideas? Oh, or how do I do this? How do I do I? What should I do next? For everything you work on, like you're not gonna make it anywhere doing that. But yeah, I think definitely there's a lot of junior engineers are displaced right now, but I think it's going to it's gonna turn, and they're gonna have more opportunities again soon. Right now, I mean, there's so much volatility with AI that, I mean, companies aren't taking that risk. If there are a team of hackers hacking every company because vibe coded, what will happen? Well, these hackers also have are also using the same tools as the companies as well. And you could see that, see exactly now with AI, right? I feel like there's going to be even more demand for engineers because these sites are going to have a lot more traffic. Not only are they going to have humans visiting the sites and trying to use it, they're going to be bots visiting the site and trying to use it. Then we're going to need engineers to also build systems or maintain the bots that will fight against these other bots trying to break your system or use your system. So I think software usage is just going to go way way up, and the more software that's going to be used, you're going to have need to have more people working on it. And honestly, we're in a bit of a when you live in Silicon Valley or San Francisco, or even if you're in this chat and you spend a lot of time watching or keeping up with tech content, you're probably in a bubble, as in you're probably ahead of the curve when it comes to all this AI development. But in real life, most people aren't as advanced as you with the AI. So the other day I was helping my product manager set up with AI for over 2 hours, and she had no idea about how to use the AI effectively. Well, she'd used things like ChatGPT, but I was trying to get her to use Claude Code, and there was just so much more things that I knew that she didn't know, just because I'm more tapped in. Things like how the plugins, navigating the terminal to get the CLI, how you could eventually turn it into a daemon and just have it running for you, and doing scheduled tasks, different things like that, and then different prompt engineering, context engineering stuff, token usage, all these different things are stuff that we know that people don't really know if they're not in it, and they don't think in code. They don't think, for example, she was building out vibe coding a site, and it spit out a whole text specification. It spit out a tech spec of, okay, we're gonna build these APIs, we're gonna build this front end, and she couldn't verify it at all because she doesn't understand how it is. These coding agents are built specifically to write code, and they're trained and tuned for coding. So even when they spit out a tech specification, it's very specific to what coders and programmers are able to read. So having experience in coding will only help you in the future. If if like you just want to write things by hand though, you're gonna face some change. And I mean, we all have to adjust. at the end of the day. Everything changes dynamic. Everything is dynamic. Everything is changing. You're gonna have to adjust. You have to be you have to come at change. You can't be scared of change. So that's kind of my answer to this person. Okay, let's do some code forces. Man, I have to I have to solve this problem. Don't you think you should don't you think you should code without vibe coding to get a better understanding of what you're doing? Yeah, 100%. You should definitely learn how to code by hand as well. I when I first started coding, I didn't even use the IDE. I didn't use any autocomplete, right? You should definitely spend some time to learn the fundamentals. But yeah, when you're in the industry, you should just spam the AI, but then you should also take some time to understand this stuff as well. Everything is a balance, you know what I mean? Like for example, even before when you had like when you're working at a startup, you're going to use a lot of third party technologies. You're not going to build a lot of stuff on your own. You could just keep spamming third party software, third party libraries in order to keep achieving what you're doing. But the best engineers, they use the third party library and then they also spend some time understanding the third party library. They go into the internals, figure out the design decisions, they figure out the architecture, right? That's the same thing with coding. You're going to obviously spam some code, but then if you should also spend some time reading the code, understanding the code from scratch, building some of the code from scratch yourself. Um, Yeah, it's no different than pulling a third party library that just does a bunch of things for you out the box. The best engineers would actually peel back that library and figure out what's going on there, and some of them even build those things for themselves. And then when they start using that third party library, they're even way better than everyone else using that third party library. Like someone who dug deep into React is gonna be better than someone who just keeps spamming features in React. How to get distracted? Yeah, I got a TikTok brain, man. Ah, holy. All right, we're gonna take a quick break and then we're gonna grind out some code forces. That's the plan. I'm gonna figure out how to solve this problem. Finish Q&A. Okay, what questions you have? No, I just did Q&A for literally an hour, 40 minutes. My voice is literally killing me now. Okay, I'll answer whatever question you have left. I'll answer it. The you can get the last one. Skektrick. You get the last one in. You get the last one in. What's the most pressing question you have? You have a Google interview in 70 hours. What to do? Oh, shoot. I was supposed to give somebody a mock interview. Okay, host. Dude, sorry. I got distracted. Okay, I'm going to look at your resume real quick. Got you, bro. Got you. Okay, which one's you? Okay, we have 2 resume reviews. All right, we have 2 resume reviews. We're going to start off with Sweet Intern. Looking to get into Fintech, Quant, Dev, C++, Python, backend positions. I have an internship at a well-known Fintech company for the summer, and I'm recruiting for beyond this. Okay, we can review. Let me download this real quick. .97 GPA. Man, people ask me all the time, does GPA matter? Does GPA matter? I would say yes, GPA matters. Why would having a why would having a high GPA hurt your chances? Does having a low GPA stop you from getting jobs? No, you could pretty much get any job that you want, but having a higher GPA is always would always be better, but you have to balance it. If you could afford to lower your if you're gonna get a lower GPA, but then you get to gain some experience. Maybe you started a company on the side. That's better. But if you're literally doing nothing and have a lot of free time, just max out your GPA. You know what I mean? So it really depends on what you have going on. But I've never seen GPA actually hurt somebody. The only way it would hurt somebody is if they spent all their time trying to get a high GPA and didn't work on anything else and any projects on the side. So let's take a look at this guy's. He pretty much has the very classic format where he has his name, phone, email, LinkedIn, links to that, and education, University of Wisconsin. Gonna finish in about 3 years. Bachelor of Science in Computer Science and Data Science. Pretty good. I like the GPA 3.97. Very smart guy. Let's look at his experience. I like how he brought up his experience right away. And then technical skills and stuff at the bottom. That makes sense because he does have experience, so I pretty much get to start looking at experience right away. And he has some projects. Let's look at his experience. He's an incoming software engineer at a well-known fintech company. He's a software engineer at Hawk Center for Investment Analysis. Optimized live trading infrastructure using Python. Focused on marginal model performance and portfolio statistics across $1 million portfolio under the mentorship of 2 Sigma's former risk officer. Pretty good. This is a pretty good point because he was optimizing the live trading infrastructure. $1 million portfolio, it shows the scale, and then it kind of gives him some aura because he's working with somebody from 2 Sigma. Engineered high performance order management system components with C++ 20. Increase order processing throughput by 20% and reduce end-to-end latency. Wait. Engineered high performance order management. Increasing order. Yeah, this is good. These are results oriented. These are the things that he drove. Built a real-time trading monitoring system in Python. Pandas, NumPy, Streamlit with a gRPC protobuf. Honestly, very good experience. It shows it sounds like he's working on very hard things. He's showing metrics of what he's doing. He's showing scale, such as $1 million portfolio. He's working with some cool people like from 2 Sigma. I'll give these points. I mean, even just reading that, I might even just give this guy an interview. Just sounded interesting for me. Systems Research Assistant. Researching LLM inference scheduling under professor. Analyzing scheduling policies to evaluate serving performance trade-offs on GPU-free environments. Extending a Go-based simulator. Implementing new scheduling policies and instrumenting latency throughput metrics. Built pipelines. Yeah. Decent. Most of these metrics are BS. Everyone knows that. How do you know that though? Play killer. Developed a high performance limit order book in C++20 with a concurrency safe matching engine supporting multiple producer threads, achieving 40 plus GitHub stars. Achieved over 2.25 million orders per second and 750 general operations per second throughput via flat data structures, cache efficient memory layout, and okay. Implemented a bounded producer consumer queue with mutexes, conditional variables, and atomics with explicit memory. This is pretty cool. I like this one. This is pretty cool. Stable pay, Mad Hacks 2025. Capital One track winner. So he also won a repo and also links out to the repos. Engineered a log space routing engine using Python Fast API to minimize multi-hop stablecoin conversion fees, reducing average cost by 18. Yeah, honestly, the resume is pretty good. I would say super technical. I like that. I like this guy's resume. I would give this guy an interview for sure. The main things would be, it seems like he's working on hard things. He's working on hard technical problems. He's results oriented, shows results and talks about he's measuring the impact. A lot of the work he's working on has a lot of scale. I could tell that he's thinking about scale and people are actually using it. He's not just talking about things he's built. He's thinking about measurements like orders per second, $1 million in the portfolio, operations per second. He's actually measuring the results. So I think this is honestly a really good resume. There's no reason why I wouldn't bring this guy into an interview, and he has a strong GPA. Any comments on this? Are you having troubles getting interviews? You haven't ever gotten an interview from a cold application, but have you gotten interviews in general? What's from networking? Okay. What kind of jobs are you able to link? Are you able to, or what kind of jobs are you able to, interviews are you able to get? Are you able to get interviews at FANG, startups, Quants, pretty much anything, or a lot of the times it's not? Nice. Nice. Yeah, I mean, dude, at the end of the day, you're still getting interviews. It's a numbers game at the end of the day, and you're still getting interviews. Your resume is strong. There's not much I would change on it. I think the only way I would change on it was, or the only time I would change it would be if I'm applying to different roles. This one is very specific to trading or fintech. But if you were going to apply to other industries, you would probably have to tune it a little bit more. Let's look for ways that maybe you can improve this. I don't think you talk about infrastructure at all. Have you done anything on the infrastructure? Working on AWS or putting things online and getting people to use it online? So how did you measure these? Who actually used this limit order book? Or did you just run it through some test cases? You ran it through some load testing. Yeah, exactly. So you benchmarked it from test cases. You should try that. I think the next step to even take your resume further is building out projects that people actually use as well, and then learning that as well. Because you want to build products that are used by not just, you don't just run benchmarks on it, but maybe you deployed it and people use it. That's a whole different thing. So even things like stable pay, it's a very good project on your resume, but to even make it better, what if you were deployed it and people used it? You know what I mean? So I think that would be the next step. Like you've done things, you've won competitions, but then after that, it seems like you just ditched it or just left it there on the repository. Try to take it a step further. That advice makes sense. All right, man. Good luck. I'm surprised you're not getting calls though, but I mean from cold application. Who did I answer? This guy? Okay, I'll do one more resume review and then. Bro, you didn't even anonymize your. I can't. You didn't anonymize your number. Oh, you don't care? Okay, you want people. There's a. It says that this video might go live. You know what I mean? It might go on my channel. Last time I reviewed somebody's resume, they told me to take it down, and that was pretty annoying. All right. All right, so it looks like we got a Bay Area engineer here. I'm saying Bay Area because they're in San Jose. They're freshmen. Let's just start looking at it from top to bottom. Freshman, pretty crazy already for a freshman. Now that you're a freshman, right? What? You're a freshman who already has internships. Oh, okay. This resume is already good. This person's a freshman and has internships. How did you do an internship in 2024 though? Were you in school? Yeah, you're good, man. I just had to close this off right now. You already have your internships. You're in high school getting dang, you're in high school getting internships at Roku and Hammerspace? Man, you're good. Okay. Let's just go through it. So 3.85 GPA. Already done. You're a freshman and you already done data structures and algo, C programming, object oriented programming, discrete maths, linear algebra, and multivariate calculus in your first year. That's pretty. Those are sometimes like second year courses usually, and you got a lot of them out of the way in the first year. It all depends though on what you took in high school. In order, you can't just take multivariate calculus if you didn't take all the other upper level calculus in high school, like the intro ones. Not in my school, man. I the first time I took calculus was in university. Okay, so this person already had internships in high school, so they got ahead. They're working on Roku. So he was leading a team of 5 to architect a real-time market data simulation project pipeline for Roku OS, streamlining stock ticker updates to custom scene graph components. This is crazy. You're in high school leading a team of 5 people? Say swear. Team of other interns too. Okay. You're okay, that's crazy. Okay. he clarified in the chat that he was leading a team of 5 interns. Yeah, I would definitely say that it was leading a team of other interns, possibly. Just because you don't want people to not believe it. Because sometimes you just have to, I feel like for that, you should just say it. Because leading a team of 5 interns is still sick. You're leading people. You're getting experience of leading people. But just say it. Otherwise, people will think you're lying. You know what I mean? Engineered a low latency ingestion service on Heroku, implementing efficient JSON serialization and back pressure handling to process high throughput feeds without dropped updates. Okay, pretty good. Yo, Sean, what's up? Yo, yeah, I haven't got to study all day yet because I've just been doing interviews and stuff like that. Implemented a custom. Sean, look at this person's resume from. They're only a first year student and have 2 internships already. Implemented custom multi-threaded render nodes to process rapid state mutations. Maintained a lock 60 FPS UI performance and minimizing render. Wait, implemented custom multi-thread render nodes to process rapid state mutations. Maintaining a lock 60 FPS UI performance and minimizing render blocking operations. Okay. He's not a PhD, he's just a student. He's a freshman in college. Pretty good experience. The main thing was say that you led interns. Designed a distributed. The other thing that I would add here is the impact. How many people used it? What's the scale? Etc. Real-time data simulation. So how many people use your data simulation? How much data was flying through your data simulation pipeline? How many people used your low latency ingestion service? How much data did you process? Right? You need to talk about the impact. You need to talk about the scope. You need to talk about how many people used it. Designed an event scheduling system using Django, managing concurrent resource allocation and enforcing data consistency for 200 plus user base. Yeah. This actually talks that you have 200 plus, but it's kind of a small scale. If you want to lie, just multiply that by 500. I'm just kidding. Optimize Postgres transaction isolation levels to ensure atomic scheduling operations, reducing query latency and log contention overhead by 60%. Okay. I mean, yeah, I think you have good bullet points. It's technical. The main thing is just I want to understand your impact. You see the last person's resume, they showed their impact. They showed how many people used it, how much money they're managing, the type of people using it. You need to show the impact, not just I built this thing and this is what it does and this is what I optimized. Yo, John, what's up, man? Holy. Yo, John, yeah, let's catch up. I'm gonna let me just finish. I'll send you a Google Calendar. Let me just finish looking at this person's resume. No, your technical points is good, but also show the impact that you're able to drive. You'll see the best resumes show impact. Impact on the business. How did you affect the business? How did you optimizing a query by 60% is way different if you're doing that for a user base that has 100,000 users versus a user base that has 20. Or doing that for a database, optimizing a database call for a very core feature is way different than optimizing some random database call that's used in a cron job. You know what I mean? So you have to specify those details. You have to show your impact and scale and business outcomes. Okay. Engineer a performance privacy engine in C++ that redacts. Yeah, I see. Like, I think that's just my main advice here. Because also here you said engineered a performance critical privacy engine in C++ that redacts sensitive PII. So you just talk about what you did and how fast it is. I did a similar thing, but my privacy engine was pretty much the was pretty much used to process all credit reports working when I was working at Nova Credit. So I built like some privacy framework and I use that to process all the credit reports coming through our system. So the impact that I mentioned was that it drove like it literally processed like I forget the time, like 20,000 credit reports a year. So that's like the scale and impact. So you need to mention that for sure. So yeah, that would be my advice here. I think you have good technical points. Make sure you talk about scale and impact, and you should be good. I mean, you're in the right path. You have experience at before you're a freshman and you have 2 internships. You're probably gonna finish up with like 10. Yo, I'm gonna get John on. Okay, John, I'll send you. Yeah, yeah. Let's just catch up quick. Yo, guys, I haven't talked to my brothers all year. Oh, he's gonna show us a sneak peek. JohnPeralta.com is coming alive. Yo, chat. John is gonna show us his website, JohnPeralta.com. No more drinking that Red Bull. All right, while John's showing his stuff, I'm gonna eat my salad. Waiting for John. Hop on. John, hop on. I sent you an email. Yo. Yo, chat, this is my brother. I don't know. Some of the people are new here, so they might have not seen John. Chat, who here has not seen John? John CFA. John, I can't see you, bro. John CFA, my brother. He's hopping on. I can't hear you, bro.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yo. What's up, man?
Yo, me and Jose have a date tomorrow too. I'm trying
What?
to
No
play
way.
Baldur's Gate 3 with them.
Okay, wait, let me adjust
So
this.
I gotta finish this off quick before I can play games with that guy.
Okay, wait. So I'm just gonna let me adjust you on my screen. What you been up to?
Chilling, kind of hanging out, pretty much. Let me share this.
Yeah,
How do I share my
he's gonna
screen,
show us a
bro?
preview of johnperalta.com. All right, let's see what you're up to. Let's see what you've been working on.
All right. Can everybody see this or not?
Chat.
Hold
Everyone
on.
can hear him and see the audio.
Let me run the other.
John, say something quick. Let me make sure.
Yo, test.
Test. Okay, wait, let me adjust mine.
Test.
All right, man. How do you feel about AI in 2026, man? Been a while.
I'm pretty hyped about AI. I just after working with AI though as my real job for a while, I definitely see the limitations and stuff like that. But I also found a lot of different ways that those limitations could be overcome.
Wait, James.
and also
Wait. They're saying the stream is muted. I don't know if they're trolling me.
okay, check.
Yeah, this guy's trolling.
Who's trolling? Paul and them?
Zigzag. Low taper fade.
What's my haircut? I have no haircut. I'm in a.
They can't even see you right now. You're not showing your face. You're just
Oh,
showing your
okay,
shape.
yeah.
It's all good.
Oh, my bad.
Unless you want to show your
Anyways.
face.
Nah, it doesn't matter. I didn't wake up properly. But yeah, so what was the question? What were you trying to get at?
So, all right, chat. If you're not familiar, John CFA, this is my older brother. I haven't seen him in 2026 at all. Hopefully, I get to see you again soon. But just catch us up on what you've been working on and your thoughts on AI. I think that's obviously the buzzword this year. And
Yeah,
you were addicted to it last year, so
I'm still addicted to it. Pretty much more addicted to my video games starting off the year, but I'm kind of tapering off of that now.
What video games are you addicted to?
I've been playing Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate 3, Call of Duty. Like the regular, I don't know. These are like top played games. Like if you know, you know.
Yeah. Makes sense.
But yeah, so what you're looking at is my website right now. So what I'm
Can you zoom
thinking
in? Sorry,
of
couple clicks in.
That's good.
Yeah. Chat, you can see he has a React app because at the top left is
Yeah, this is React. But what I'm thinking about making this is more like a social media, like a social, what do you call it? Like a Twitter type of thing. What do you call those types of companies? Do you
Social
still call
media?
those social media?
Yeah, I think so.
But I want to make a social media website that revolves around equity research and analyzing the market, similar to Wall Street Bets, but a lot more, how do I say this? A lot more institutional, let's just say. Because like when you go on Wall Street Bets, people are throwing out like, oh, this company is worth $100. It's trading at 50. I can like 2x my money. They have no backup to their reports or anything like that, right? So what I want to do is I want to give the people the ability to make institutional grade equity research with the click of a button, essentially. So on my website here, like you could see that these are all like AI generated reports. In the next week or so, I'm going to
Hold up. John lives in the hood too. You can just hear sirens in the back.
Oh man,
Someone got shot up?
nah, they're
All right,
good.
okay, let it pass. It was loud. Yeah, I'm
You
related to
can
him. But yeah, repeat.
like anybody could generate their own report essentially and build a report for the community, and then within the group chat we can all discuss like, hey, this equity research report made by this AI is kind of is a little too bullish, a little too bearish. It's wrong in at these sections, and we can collaborate with AI as a community to build equity research reports. Um, the other feature that I'm going to add, and like a way that I'm going to monetize it, is like when you build the equity research report, audio will also be generated similar to like a podcast. And obviously, like with podcasting, there's gonna be ads. So I'm gonna put like Simple ads or like Scotiabank ads from like the big banks that I know. That's kind of like the thought process. Right now, what I'm working on is the back end to make sure that like an equity research report could be generated at a pretty low cost. And yeah, that's kind of like where it's at. Does that vision kind of make sense? So anybody could generate a report. That report appears on the sidebar, and the community here could just like chat about the report.
Okay,
What do you think
so
about that?
before this website was in the back end, it was just there's a cron job building out these reports, and then people would look at it and talk about it. Now
Mhm.
it's like community driven. People can go in there and generate reports, and then you talk about it from there.
For sure. Yeah, but like the thing that I'm working on that's taking me like the most amount of time is like the full report, right? So tell me a company that you want to analyze really quickly.
And then also you're trying to make it so it's not it's this is for institutional investors, not the average Joe.
No, I'm trying to bring it to the average Joe, but at an institutional grade.
I see. Okay. So democratized
Zigzag, you're gonna see
institution.
the difference. You're gonna see the difference between my report and the report that you could generate by deep research and all that stuff. You'll see like how much different it is, honestly.
Yeah,
And it's big.
show us that right now.
Yeah, tell me a company that you wanna analyze
Okay, I want
real
to
quick.
I want you to analyze just say Google. Just cuz everyone here in
Nah,
the
that
chat
one's
knows it.
lame, dude.
Okay.
Okay, Google.
Actually, okay, what's a good one? Like one that
Nah, let the chat decide.
chat.
Don't.
Okay, chat, what should he try to generate a report on? And he says this report is going to be better than if you just zero shot or one shot LLM.
Yeah. What? Do make a report on like Gemini 3.1
PSTG.
Pro or whatever.
PSTG. I don't know what that is.
What is that company?
The-
Is that trading in the US?
Everpure. What the hell is this? Paul, explain what this company is. Oh, Pure Storage.
Is that trading in the US? Is it public?
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, we'll let that run for a bit. But yeah, so the go to your AI of choice and make a report real quick and see if you could generate something like this.
So when can people expect to start using this?
Probably in a week or so.
In a week or so? Do you have
Yeah.
any traction so far?
Right now I have like 40 users on the
Oh,
site.
nice. Okay.
Let's see.
So how are you gonna limit the like what if people just spam it? You don't care you're gonna lose all your tokens?
Won't be a big deal for me. I got money as well. Now I'll figure something out.
Okay.
But yeah, let me see how long
Okay.
it's taken.
Yeah, I think chat is skeptical of why can't you just zero shot or one shot? Like,
Okay, go to your deep research and one shot this thing. Jeez, man.
okay.
Go. But yeah, so this report you automatically get the basic information. So I don't know if it's generated yet. Hold on.
Okay, somebody's saying it's a kind of a valid question. Use your site once, generate it, look at how, and then feed that into your AI so it can train.
Do it. Do it. Do it. People think that this is like a one-shot prompt that generates this report. It's a whole like AI orchestration. There's like data validation. There's so much more that goes behind this than just asking, "Hey, give me a equity research report on whatever pure energy."
Yeah.
These bots, man.
He's passionate
It's
about
okay
this stuff.
though. It's okay though. It's okay. Build it. Build it. Save my brother.
No, okay, like okay, are you going to give us any behind the scenes on like your agent architecture or some of the tools
Hell
that it
no.
has? Okay. This
Hell
guy,
no. This guy's talking all kinds of nonsense.
yeah,
but like
John's in finance. They don't really. They're
once
very close-lipped.
once it's done, like we'll see.
So who do you plan to sell it to?
I'm right now, like the way I'm monetizing it is by ads, so
Okay.
like it's more like a social networking effect is what I'm trying to do here. Right? Because like
Exactly.
people can build the equity research report and then like we as a community crowdsource our knowledge to improve the report and make it as accurate as possible, right?
Okay, chat's asking what motivated you to build this?
What motivated you to build this? I used to do this as for a job, and I'm like, man, I could do this with AI 10x. I used to be a asset manager, and then I kind of went into AI. Man, where's Paul at? He has to come on, tell the story, bro.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess maybe you just want to I remember you just said you just want to automate yourself.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, it's
Okay, Paul, did your bot come up with a report yet?
no, somebody else. Somebody else was saying that.
Pure storage?
No, like zigzag.
Okay.
He's just like a little skeptical that, or he's not saying that your AI. I don't think he's saying your AI sucks and it's gonna be or like you can just zero prompt it. That's not what he's saying. He's saying use your service once and then reverse engineer it using AI to just do it myself.
Sure. I mean, you can do it.
Right.
You can do it.
I
I don't help with taxes. I only help, like, I'm not an accountant. I'm a finance person.
Yo, JN, what's up?
But yeah, so like the way that this AI kind of works is
First off,
outputs.
wait, they're just asking what's a CFA?
What's a
they're not
CFA? They
sure,
could just
so
look it up.
just give
Oh
it
my God.
give like two-liner.
Okay, hold up.
You used to always say, love to talk about
What's
CFA.
a CFA? God.
Like CFA is
CFA is someone who earned the CFA charter designation from the CFA Institute, blah, blah, blah. What you must do. Whatever, man. That's what it is. I'm crashing out, Paul. I took a sip. Dude, the world is at war, bro. I'm freaking heated.
So you're taking a sip of you're drinking today?
I don't know, man. It's not good. But yeah, so like the report comes out like this. I don't know who recommended Pure Storage. Who was that? Paul?
Oh yeah.
PSTG. So Pure Storage Inc. tech company. Right now, it has a $21 billion market cap. These
Is
are
that
the
real?
major shareholders. Yeah, of course. Look it up.
Oh yeah, it does.
Right? These are the major shareholders. So I don't even know really these companies, right? But we'll see what the AI has to say about Pure Storage.
Why does it matter the AI or who's the shareholders?
It matters because so like at first glance you can see BlackRock Inc. owns like 11% of shares out, Vanguard Group another 10. So the more I would say more institutional investors are invested in the stock, the less likely there is going to be like massive fluctuations in the share price, right? Because like they're usually in it for the long term. And then especially when you look at the top holders, these are like passive index funds, so they're not in and out trading of this stock, right? So there should hypothetically be less volatility because these people are more long-term holders, right? But yeah, so that's like for me, that's important. Business description: Pure Storage, trading out of the New York Stock Exchange, is a California-based tech company that develops all-flash storage arrays, accompanying storage software and cloud-native data services for enterprise, on-premises, hybrid, and public
Okay.
cloud environments. So that's pretty interesting.
Okay, so it's giving a company overview, then it talks a bit about the products. Like, just walk us through the different components of your equity report kind of thing.
Yeah, so it kind of goes through like basic information, major shareholders, business description. The business description is pretty structured, so there's a company overview, a products and services section, revenue drivers, cost structure, key operating levers, business. Like it's pretty in depth about the business description. It goes into the industry overview and competitive positioning. So industry description, blah blah blah. Like kind of like the Porter's Five Forces type of thing. Uh, what I'm working on too that won't be released just yet is the valuations. So the valuations is going to be like a full comparables valuation as well as like a DCF valuation. So like you kind of know what those are,
Mm-hmm.
but if I ask you to generate those, you wouldn't be able to, right?
Yeah.
With this AI, you're going to be able to.
Somebody said, does
Paul,
it pick up? Oh yeah, go ahead, answer.
Yeah, Paul, I'm working on that feature. I'm working on that feature as well. So like I used to have a news section. So like every single year I could just like set up a like every single hour or whatever, I have like a coverage universe that I could just like pull crons, like do a cron job and like see what's going on type of thing, right? Um how do you know the data is correct? I have data feeds reading into it. But I also like the other thing that I do is on top of just building the report, I also eval the individual sections, right? So like when you do like deep research, you just do a single prompt, but you can't really eval the report. Like I'm able to eval every single part of this report and check for grounding and things like that. So if you were to look up like their current stock price, it should be 64.22, right? $64.22. So I mean, it's pretty right. um,
What else does it have? Someone's saying, does it run on MCP and calls on tools to create the data for the dashboard?
so the way that it queries to, so it has both MCP components as well as like database components. So sometimes like the database gets fed directly into the LLM's context window without the AI's having the choice to like invoke the data or not. What else? But yeah, so eventually what's going to happen is you're going to get like a full valuation, right? And the way that the valuation works is you're going to be able to like adjust like growth rates, discount rates, all the different rates and like all the different multiples that you would use to like get a full equity research report. Other stuff that I have in there. So I provide the income statement of the company. So for example, this is the income statement, but most people like they just read the income statement but can't actually interpret like what's going on. So for example, the revenue and trends of pure storage is trajectory remains solid with total revenue rising from 2.18 billion to 2.75 and so on. So you could even see like it goes through the quarterly report as well as the annual report. So you could see like the seasonality in it and things like that. Why?
What else is in there?
What else is in there? I put things that I care about, like let me go down here. Investment risks. So what are the different risks to investing in the company? So I break that down into business and operational risk, financial and liquidity risk, regulatory and legal risk, and then industry and competitive risk. And then I also go into like ESG factors. But like most of the doc, like most of this report is literally just like explanations of backwards looking data. What I'm working towards is future looking data, and like, you know how for some reason Kalshi is able to predict markets better than like other places because of the crowd, and like the crowd wisdom somehow has like this future looking effect. What I want to happen is the crowd makes these equity research reports such that it's more accurate than like a professional equity research analyst.
Yeah. Makes sense. Zigzag. Let me answer this question for you, John, because he's just saying like why he's asking if somebody doesn't understand, why don't you just ask a LLM? Like, yeah, the LLM can understand stuff, but there's still a lot of value in like how people buy stuff from people they like or from people that they trust.
Yeah, like okay, if you're going to build this report, right? Like how long did it take me to generate this report? Like literally less than 3 minutes, less than 2 minutes, maybe even less than a minute. All I did was like decide which ticker that was randomly provided to me by one of the viewers, right? You if you wanted to generate this report using like a chatbot, you would have to like copy and paste so many different reports into the chat window. um I don't even know if you would get like a proper structure. I don't even know if you could even render it into um a website, things like that, right? So
Yeah. I think Zigzag obviously used to have a good point. Like, just come up with ways to differentiate yourself. Like, obviously, building out things that people can't copy. But like, I mean, even with my YouTube, anyone could just ask explanations or just go look things up themselves. But they're still asking me all the time to build stuff for them that they can use in order to help them find information or curate information. Essentially, this is what John's doing. He's done this as a job. He's worked in this industry. He has like ties with people in this industry, and he's essentially just coding up this system that thinks the way he's gonna think, automating what he used to do as a job, and then giving it to people. right? You could always ask the LLM to do this for you, but it won't follow the same process, and it's not gonna be the same way John would do it.
Yeah, for sure. Like, let's say you were doing this yourself. Like, I don't know what Zigzag's degree is on or whatever, but like, I don't think that, like, I would say to even generate a report like this would take like a regular human pre AI, maybe like at least 20 hours. And then on top of that, like with a chatbot, it might even take like more than 5 hours to 7 hours, because like you're literally copying, pasting stuff into a chatbot and then literally manually making a file,
Mhm.
like a report file, right?
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Yeah, yeah. I mean, obviously MVP Zigzag. Also,
Yeah, but
it's all about marketing at the end of the day. You need to.
why won't it work, Knuffles?
See,
Let's see
this is
what he
good
has
though,
to
John.
say.
This is you take feedback from the community. You're gonna build stuff. People are gonna give you feedback, and you iterate. You put yourself out there. You build products, and you figure out where you're gonna build a product and have the best product there is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let's see what, like, why isn't it gonna work? Why is it like just basic stuff? Um like, why do so like the only way for anybody to make any money is you make like a foundation model and sell it? Is that what, like, I don't understand. Maybe like they're in tech and I'm in finance, but like the way that I look at finance is always like, how how can like, how, when you're trying to build a business, how can you make it as profitable within a reasonable amount of time? Where in the supply chain can you get demand, essentially, right? I don't think that building a foundation model is like going to be where I make my money. I think I make my money by being closer to the consumer.
Did
So,
Zigzag?
Paul,
Oh wait, Zigzag saying you'll just stitch together myself. Yeah, I'll just stitch together myself. I can go on ChatGPT and come up with a plan for how to get good at data structures and algorithms and stitch it by myself. Or I could like use somebody's tool like LeetCode who's building the right tools and curating the right information for me, and that probably will help me get to the result I want faster. So you could always just obviously build this yourself, keep prompting to chat GPT yourself, but this is curated by John.
yeah.
That makes sense?
And like,
But yeah.
initially this is where I see the business going, right? So initially it's going to be like equity research reports that are more crowdsourced, right? So like crowdsourced equity research report supported by AI. So um after the equity research reports have like some predictive power, we could start building a crowdsourced ETF with that information. So like, let's say you have a ETF, like equity research report, and just a bunch of different ones, and like we as a community built those reports up, we can eventually use those reports to build our own portfolio and launch an ETF. So that's kind of where I want to go. Is I always want to eventually have my own fund, my own investment fund.
Yeah. Makes sense. Like
So like
he's
the
just building the infrastructure and platform for himself that he'll eventually use for your
so
own
so
investment fund.
eventually, so like in this section here, like the users could literally comment on the reports, and that will all be considered by the AI.
Nice. Can I hook up my Claude bot to start generating reports? Come in here and start
Ah,
putting
no, no,
them.
no,
Not
no.
yet.
I'm gonna limit the reports initially.
Okay. Because that would be interesting. Because like different bots commenting and generating reports on here.
Yeah, with like a big community, right?
Yeah.
Like eventually, like right now, because the user base is kind of small, I could just have it like more of a global chat room, but like eventually, like each section should be like pretty niched out, right?
Okay, so you're transitioning this into like a social media
Right,
type
right
thing.
now, Paul, I want everybody to be able to see the end result. Everybody will be able to see the end result. So like let's say
Okay, we got one fan, Paul.
I don't know which one's cool. Which one is cool? Like everybody wants to see the result. Like I want like when they generate a report here, everybody is going to be able to see it. Everybody's going to be able to like comment on the AI, hey, like this specific prediction is too high, this one's too low. I'll probably get some like actual investors in on this as well, just like commenting and building like a community. But yeah, like I want this to be more like a social media aspect. And like the other cool thing that I think, Paul, that also goes beyond just the report is like eventually you could actually play this and listen to it on the go, right? Like who's reading an equity research report? Like maybe I'm not, but what I want to do is I just want to be able to like listen to the equity research report too on the go, similar to like a podcast. I feel like that's going to be huge.
Oh, you should upload your voice to 11 Labs, so when we click the play button, it just talks it in your voice. That'd be sick.
Yeah, maybe.
Hey,
Um,
Sean says loves this.
but yeah, like I think a couple months ago, I was kind of showcasing like what the voice would look like actually.
Yeah, Sean likes it. He says all business starts somewhere.
Hell yeah, he's a YC founder, right? Like I thought he was a
Wait,
YC founder.
he works for a YC. He's like the guy who solved over 3,000 questions. He's a
Yeah, I
second
seen that.
engineer on the, and he can solve Rubik's Cube blindfold. I remember you got addicted.
Oh yeah, I was trying that. I think this is embarrassing. Like the quickest I could do a Rubik's Cube is like 40 seconds. I don't know. Tell me if that's good or not.
How fast did you do it? Wait, how
40
fast were you
seconds or
doing?
less.
Oh, you
40
solved
seconds
the Rubik's Cube in 40 seconds?
Yeah.
Oh,
What?
no.
I didn't show you that?
That's crazy. You got to record it and post it on your channel.
Okay, when I go back to Calgary and I get my Rubik's Cube. But like this guy's solving them in like 5 seconds or less, 20 seconds or less
21 seconds
blindfolded.
blindfolded, yeah.
Like, do you know what, bruh? Yeah, 40 seconds or less. I was basically doing like basic strategy, you know what I'm saying? Like making the X, then doing the corners, doing the middle layer, doing the top, and then doing like reorienting. That was pretty much it, right?
All right, John, thanks for showing us your website because I have to hop on and help, or somebody's interviewing at Asana. I'm going to have to interview him.
Okay.
But good
Peace.
stuff, man. Thanks for showing us your stuff.
Peace.
You got some feedback. What's your next steps? What can people expect from
Honestly,
you
I'm
next?
not gonna even use any of that feedback. wait. Zigzag.
Okay,
Wait.
Like the thing, Chad is like, John.
I want to
like,
hear what the hate is.
No. Like John is the funniest guy. Like he doesn't take any advice. So
like literally, this guy's saying he's saying shit. It's going literally in one ear out the other. Like what, bro? What is your background? Like what? Like I just want to know, cause like I feel like I'm pretty successful. My brother's pretty successful. If he tells me this is like the wrong way to go and I'm not learning anything and this has no utility to me, he would tell me. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I'm not gonna ego trip. I'm just gonna bring him down. Rather than like hold myself up, I'm just gonna like try to identify where he's at compared to like me and my group.
He's just trolling.
How do you know your site is in demand for the average user? Honestly, like I'm not even worried about the average user right now. I'm worried about like the people that are like me and like-minded like me. I want to serve literally a sliver of the market before I think about like mass global usage. like I feel like that's another
Yeah.
place where like
Chat.
people kind
And like
of like
also one thing is John hasn't done coding at all in his whole life. He pretty much just started coding last year and he built the whole site, hosted on AWS, learned how to use the AI. Pretty much he's just learning by doing and building all his skills all the way from scratch. He has no experience with software outside of like all the things he learned. Now he switched into it. So like even just watching him build out this stuff is just good because I mean all the time people come on this channel and saying, "You what project should I work on? How do I do this? How do I do that? Like how do I get a job?" John is definitely always gonna have a job because he's making a job for himself. He's finding ways to automate
not
himself.
even that. I don't even need a job. Like what is this guy doing?
Yeah, I mean everyone here is
Like let's
successful.
say
Like, Zigzag is probably
hypothetically, let's say
successful too, right?
hypothetically, like okay, yeah, let's not talk too much then.
Like everyone here is doing something for sure. Obviously, I mean he's giving you.
I see.
He's
No,
just giving you
I
constructive
I'm
feedback.
just it's just banter. It's just banter. I'm just beefing
Yeah.
for no reason.
Don't worry, CFA is a troll. He's not gonna get hurt over what you're saying. And but like, is he gonna take the advice? Probably not. He doesn't even take my advice. So
Nah, I listen to you sometimes.
sometimes.
But honestly, like my thing is, yeah, why don't you think it's gonna work? I don't even know. I don't care.
Honestly, every idea sounds bad or looks bad, but it's more about you literally just build something and you just keep iterating and grinding on it until it works, man.
Yeah,
Like you never know until you start. And now you have this base and you're gonna try it. What if it clicks? What if it doesn't? Okay, and then you iterate.
Drop your web, dude. TC or GTFO. Oh my god. But yeah, no. I'm just playing.
Drama.
I'm just playing.
TC or how do you know about TC or GTFO?
Oh man, don't talk to me about this. But yeah, no, like my to the point that I was trying to bring up is I don't want to serve the average person. I want to serve myself first, and I know like me and a couple of my friends want something like this. We want to collaborate together on building like an investment portfolio, but like this is the way that I feel like I can do it. So like let's say I was interested in a company, like for example, let's say let's say I wanted to look at Pure Storage and I build a report. I can go on this website and see like, hey, I looked at this report. James is looking at this other report. How can we like invest together? Maybe we want to invest together. And a lot of people want to invest in a pool rather than just maybe like by themselves, right?
Yeah. All right, keep us updated.
But yeah,
that's some
okay.
fun stuff. What are you up to now for the rest of the day? I gotta come visit you soon. You're gonna go hang out with Jose?
I don't know. We'll see. Whatever I said in Christmas, I'm trying to pull up to SF too.
Yeah. Nobody's coming in like 5
like
days and stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
Dang. Yeah, we'll see. I'll try to convince Jose, and then me and Jose will just pull up, just us two, and do a little freaking brothers trip only.
I'm down. Yeah, talk to him.
But yeah, okay. Yeah, right now I'm honestly not eager to monetize. I'm more like trying to build something that me and my friends can use and like invest together. I don't even know. Like
Yeah.
I think like if it's useful for 5, it's probably useful for like 500, 1,000, 10,000. Like I just want to make it useful for myself firstly before trying to do anything crazy. But yeah, Paul, I'm tight-lipped about the TC. It could be negative 200K. But yeah, okay, peace out.
He works in finance, so yeah, they're tight-lipped about a bunch of stuff. But okay, I'll talk to you later, bro. Peace. Zigzag, you're so funny, bro. You got my brother heated. It's all good. He's honestly, if you meet the guy, he's just having a banter with you. It's not that serious, man. Obviously, your points make sense. It's like, but I think he should just be pumping out that product. I'm the nice one? Yeah. Yo, JN, hop on. That was the most heated I've seen CFA get on the stream. Bro, that's getting clipped. John, you're getting clipped. John was ultimate rager in COD. Yo, I sent you the link on Google Meet. John was ultimate rager in League of Legends too. Dude, I can't solve this question, Nishan. Okay, but we're gonna get a... JN, what's up?
Yo.
Yo, man, sorry for the
Good.
late, like, was doing so much random stuff. Had to catch up.
I got a drama stream.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
funny.
first time. Yeah.
All right, who are you interviewing for? And then I'll prepare some stuff for you.
So it's okay. It's a Asana. It's going to be infra role. So
Info role.
yeah, and they want to make object-oriented style of question. So the usual LeetCode part is passed. The system design is passed. It's going to be like OP, and then one more like system design.
So you already passed your system design interviews and you just got...
Yeah, it's like yeah. I could tell that. So it was more like a screening.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna... So you want to do OOP?
Yep. Oop.
Okay, I'm gonna send you...
I'm so bad at it though.
What kind of programming language, or what programming language do you use?
Python.
Python? Nice.
Yes.
All right, chat, got a coding interview. I have to pull from I have a backlog of questions I like to ask people.
I've been watching you for so long. It's my second time interviewing. It's so
Oh,
weird.
really? That's crazy.
Yeah, I needed to do it more.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Let me find my question. Yeah, I feel like we've done one before. What did I ask you?
It was way more. You asked some Dijkstra's algorithm, and
Oh,
then
really?
one.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Was that when you were preparing for
First,
Waymo?
yeah, it was for Waymo. Yeah,
Okay.
I got folded at Waymo though. But yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
What did they ask you?
They asked me some ML stuff. I was so
Oh, okay.
surprised and caught off guard. So yeah, I was like, "What's happening?" So it was not like LeetCode at all. It was like some custom question.
I see. Okay, we're gonna do. Okay. All right. Hey everyone. So today I have somebody joining in who has an interview at Asana coming up. So it's gonna be object-oriented programming. I mean, what does that mean exactly though? What do you think they're gonna ask? Have you done those before?
No, I haven't done this before. Maybe I'm thinking it would be something like a Laro cache problem, where it's more like a LeetCode problem, but more like you have to build some, I don't know, maybe some data structure or something else. I don't know.
Okay, your microphone's a little low.
Oh, really?
Okay, there.
Let
It's
me
better
see.
if you do that.
Oh, wait. Sorry, I switched to my AirPods now.
Okay,
You
perfect.
hear me
That's
now?
Yeah, that sounds better. Cool. So we're
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
do
Cool.
object-oriented programming. Um, let's see. Okay, let me
Yeah,
quickly
it's gonna
let
be
me,
more like, yeah, well, let me quickly to retell what I said, right?
yeah.
So yeah, I think it's gonna be more like object-oriented programming, something like
Mm,
LeetCode, but like something like LRU cache or implement some data structure. I'm assuming something like that. So it's gonna be in the middle of LeetCode and object-oriented programming. I don't assume it's gonna be like pure like object-oriented programming where I have to do like, I don't know, some. But actually, I have no idea, to be honest.
okay.
If I yeah, if I need to do better, of course.
All right. So I have this question. What we're gonna be doing is we're gonna be building a. I'm gonna paste it in.
Yep.
We're gonna be building a media library organizer. So this
Ooh,
is this
okay.
is the background on what we're gonna be building. And honestly, I just haven't really asked this question before, so there might be some things we need to figure out. So ask a lot of clarifying questions so we are able to iron out the requirements. But this is part one, the file organization.
All right, that's a wall of text. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and read it and just let me know and just like parse it and let me know what you think.
Yeah, sure. So, all right, so implement a media library class that organizes files into a virtual folder structure. Okay, I see. So for it's adding and removing files. Can move files between folders. Okay. Maintaining file paths. Validate file types only allowed in this video. All right. Okay, so my first question is, do we need to be able to move the folders itself,
Move the
or only
folders
the
itself.
files? Yeah, or only the files.
Let's just say only the files.
Okay. Organize files into a virtual folder structure. Can move files between the folders, maintain unique path, and validates the file types. All right. Okay, so in my opinion, I'm going to straight go to the thinking process, because this question so far is pretty straightforward. I can't ask like more clarifying questions. I can think of them at this moment.
Mhm.
So what I'm thinking is to somehow create a folder structure that would be suitable for our use case. So we can see that we can add or remove the files from the folder. Can we create a folder inside of another folder? Probably yes.
Yeah.
All right. So if you create a folder
But
inside of another folder,
I don't think it mentions that at all. Like creating folders.
yeah, organizes files into a virtual folder structure. Yeah, so we have to
But like I'm not gonna tell you exactly what functions your class needs to. I want you to figure this out.
yeah,
As
sure.
in, like, I want to make this class. I want to make these functions. This I'm gonna store the data. I want you to lead that. Cause you're also interviewing
Okay.
for senior, right?
Yeah, okay,
Okay. Yeah.
cool. So by the way, it's for L4, not L5, but it's okay. It's okay. I'll try. I
Yeah.
won't for a senior assess me, and let's go. So I assume we will get what kind of file types we get? Do we get photos and videos, or do we get something else? It's
Pretty
only photos or
much.
videos,
Yeah.
right?
Photos or videos. Yeah. Let's say photos.
All right. So my assumption is that we can create a folder for the videos. We can already pre-create folders for videos and images. This way we will have the files already created. And you're saying supports adding or removing the files. Files meaning, is that a like file? Because here I can see the file path. It has two folders,
Yeah.
right?
So this is the
So
file and this is the file path. So we're gonna put this file into vacation and beach.
exactly. And when the system is gonna drop the file in like file into the some sort of a folder, we will get as a string value the folder path, right? So I assume what we need to do, if this folder exists, the file would be dropped there. If this folder doesn't exist, we create the folder and drop the file there as it's a virtual folder structure, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is how it works. So maintains unique file path, this thing. So if we drop the same, like let's say file into the same folder, do we have to return some like false, please change the file name, or can we change the file name ourselves and then inform the user about it? For example, we can make it like this,
Yeah.
right, as Windows does,
Yeah.
and just save it up there and inform the user
I
what do we
mean,
want to implement.
yeah, usually when you drop it, it would say duplicate and you could either replace or make a new one. I would say that's out
Yeah.
of scope. Let's just say that they're always gonna put in files that are that are different files.
All right. And what do we do with the duplicates? That's my question.
Like there like there's no duplicates. They're always gonna put in new files.
All right. Makes sense. Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Yeah, and all right, so we have the file type. These will be all given in the input, correct?
All you want to put it all in one input?
No, I'm saying, are we getting like in our input values? I want to ask about our input. What do we get as an input? Because you have given me the files have following metadata, such as these, let's say properties.
Mm-hmm.
We have them as an input, right?
Yeah.
And I assume So I shouldn't assume. So I want to ask, what like data structure is gonna be? Is it gonna be JSON file? Is it gonna be, I don't know, CSV file? It depends, right? So
Yeah.
I,
Well,
I
it's all
assume.
about how you design your adding and removing files function, right? So let's just talk about, you're gonna build this class. What are even gonna be the functions of this class?
All right. So the functions of this class, it would be, first I would type out functional rec. Okay. So first is of course to if someone organizes files. Okay, so if I want to drop a file, I would love to put file into this folder, right? So it would be put. So so it would put files into some folder. Supports adding or removing the files. So probably I can probably delete something, or yes, that would be adding and removing the files. So putting the files, deleting the files, creating folder would be one way of one function that we need. And then can move the files between folders. So can move files between folders. Probably move would be my another function. Maintaining unique file path. We can implement this whenever someone puts the file. We can implement another function here that checks whether unique folder, and call that out whenever someone pulls the file. So I would say it will call that function here inside, and then put the file or return. Depends on what we want to return. What I see validates the file types. Of course, whenever someone puts the file, we can also validate type, right? And we can also call this before our function runs, right? So these are prerequisites. If this fails or this fails, this function would return something that would not put the file into the place. And yeah, so basically these are the functional requirements of what I'm thinking is what functions do we have, will we have. And based on what we have, now I'm thinking what data structure would be very good to fulfill this functional requirement. And as I can see that it's moved is like move files, right? So we can basically literally have a hash map, like basically, because we're not moving the folders, we're moving the files. So we can have literally a hash map of a virtual folder as a full string, and then put the file there. So whenever, let's see, can move files, maintaining file path, removing files. Okay, so imagine we have this vacation beach dot gp, let's say image, right? This part would be as a file path, and this part would be as a file itself. What if we store it as a key, and this is a value? That would be kind of a bit ugly, but I'm just trying to say whatever comes to my mind first. So let's go this way, and maybe we will implement something better along the way. So whenever we drop a file, we can parse it until the last slash and get the file name like this. So, and that would be our file path. Do we have to validate the file path, or is it going to be always valid?
We
That's my
can just
another
assume
question.
it's already valid.
All right, that's good. And then, so basically we store this in this folder, and whenever someone drops the same string, basically we parse it, we check the file and the key and the value. If that value exists in that key, then we return like its duplicate, or if it's something else like image 02, then we might assume that, okay, we can store it here. So this this, let's say key would have these two files, right? Whenever we reach the 0 files here, I think whenever we don't have any files, we will delete this folder because this is a virtual folder structure. So in my opinion, I want to ask you, do you want to keep these folders as they are, or do we want to create a dummy file here, right? So that this folder structure would always exist. That would be like another question of what is this even like virtual folder structure. So I assume if we don't have any files, we might delete
Or
this
you're
folder,
asking
right?
why do we need or what the virtual folder structure is?
Yeah, I mean, if we don't have any files inside of a folder, can we delete it? Can we assume that it's not needed and we can delete it?
I mean, I'm not sure if it matters here because we don't even have anything called like. Yeah, I'm not sure if that really matters here. Like, we can just do whatever you want.
All right, then I'll just leave it
Yeah,
as it
I
is.
don't think it will affect any of the solutions.
Yeah, okay, cool. Because I don't know the part 2 of it, right? So depending on that,
Okay.
whatever I implement right now is
Yeah.
going to,
I mean,
like,
that's a good question. So,
yeah.
like, that means you're thinking ahead. What are some downsides of your current approach? And like, because now
Yeah,
you're thinking it might not extend if we had to add functionality, and that's good. So, what do you think is an issue with your current way of modeling the virtual folder structure?
yeah, the straightforward thing that comes to my mind is that there is no hierarchy in the hash map. So this is basically just a string, right? So if I have, for example, some folder inside of the beach, right? Um, the one thing that comes to my mind is the key would be something like, I don't know, let's say here's it's James, and there's a folder, right? And like these two folders look like they are like some separate folders, and that will backfire for us, right? So we want what I want to have is
Backfire when and why?
backfire. It's like because, for example, if you put some file in, let's say vacation, or there will be a function of get all files under, let's say, beach or vacation folder, right? List or whatever is there, like a DFS, right? Just get all the files. That would be an issue for the hash map because these things are separate entities, and we
Yeah.
might have to check the vacation everywhere and get all of that, and that would be like disgusting time complexity, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm thinking is based like, and we want to keep the hierarchy in the best case, something like of a node, like a parent node, right? And this will be like, let's say vacation, and then it will have a child, right? Whatever we might have. It will be beach, and there we want to store files like, yeah, some GPG file, I don't know, right? In that case, if I want to get the vacation folder and move it somewhere else, right? I would be able to move everything easily like that, and that would be like much more prettier solution.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I have in my mind right
Yeah.
now. So that would depend on the future. But
Yeah.
for current part 1, we can just do a hash map and call it a day, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I think no,
Yeah,
it's a good point. Like, that's
yeah,
something I was hoping you would get. And yeah, I think we want to make it extensible. You kind of had some
yeah,
foresight into maybe something that we would want to do for part 2 or part 3. So build a data structure that you could expand. Also, when in terms of memory, you're duplicating a lot of data as well. Like, yeah, if you have multiple things under vacation beach, that key is
yeah,
duplicating a
yeah,
lot. Um, yeah, and it's
yeah,
probably
definitely.
probably harder to traverse and come up with other follow-ups. So yeah, good job pointing that out. So let's implement what you have. Let's implement the state in this optimized way.
Okay, cool. So Let me see. Let me first think before implementing this node thing. So I'll have a folder, and so that node will have its name. Let me call out the entity of node first before coding it up, because I might trip up right now. So it will have the name, which is a folder name, and then it might have whatever it has, so files, right? So whenever we traverse through node, we can check its name and we can check its files. Okay, this is cool. And then it has a child and a parent. Actually, do we need a child? Yes, we need a child. Child would be the child folder or the list of child folders. Oh, yeah, it would be a list of child folders, which will have their yeah, so it will be a list of hash map of child folders, and the parent would be the node before it. So we can kind of keep a map of a parent, so we can go back, but that's optional maybe. No, actually not optional. We might want to go back easily. So for parent, we can just store the parent node, because whenever we create a folder, it will definitely have a parent node. And it has a child, well, folders, and it has files inside. This can be literally let's say hash map of file and its metadata.
So what are you making here? What are you specifying here?
What exactly here?
Or yeah, like what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm creating my node entity. Like, what is
Okay.
this node class even, right?
Oh, okay, okay.
So it has a name, which is a folder name, and it has files, which has like file and its metadata,
Okay.
and then it has a child hash map where it stores the child folders that it has.
Sure.
And then this is like a parent. I just keep it as a parent node. If we want to traverse back, it would be very easy for us,
Okay.
right? And I'm going in more like abundance logic. I'm not trying to be like very greedy here. So yeah, that will be my use case. So yeah, this is my folder entity, and these are my functional requirements. Is it good enough?
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Go ahead and start
Mhm.
implementing the class or classes.
Okay. Okay, so first let me do class node, right? Okay, so what do we need? First, I want to have a node that has literally its name. And then maybe self.files would be files, or yes, self.files. Children would be more self-parent node, parent node. Yeah, I think that's good enough. Right. So we have here a name, which will be okay, it can be or new folder, yeah. Files have a hash map. Children will have a hash map. The default parent node will be none. Okay, so whenever we create a node, we give its name, we give its files, children. If we don't give them, it already has empty hash maps, and then none as a parent node. So that would be my, let's say, folder, right? And let's implement the functional requirements. So we have here, what is this? Media library organizer. So class media organizer init, right? Whenever you call it, it should create some root folder that has like everything inside. What is this? I don't put that. Mr. Interviewer. I don't know where that
Well,
came
I don't
from.
know.
Okay.
I just,
Okay. So whenever we create, we have a self root, right? That has a class node. What am I doing? Node class node. Node class that has a name of, I don't know, equals root. Let's give it that, right? So we have our root folder, right? That has name of root. Depends on the system, we can change it, but I don't care for now. We don't have that. So we creating a folder, that would be okay. Definition, create folder. Okay, so it should create a folder inside of the root. So it's just self.root. So it has dot children, right? So we say dot children. Oh, wait a second. Okay. So we want to create a children. We want to add there the node itself. So we create a new node, new folder. Right? Is a node. Whenever we create the folder, we want to name them. Am I correct? It says, where's
well, we just need to support adding and removing files. We're just gonna be working with files. It should just create
the
it by
folder
itself.
itself?
Yeah.
Sure. So where our input is, for example,
Exactly.
this. Okay, cool. Okay, so I'm going another way. This is bad, Mr. Interviewer. Okay, so we have the vacation, beach, and then the GPE. Okay, I want to somehow parse the file and the folder structure. So we can parse it by using this slash symbol, right? So we can split it by it. And the -1 would be the file itself. I hope files won't have slash, Mr. Interviewer.
Yeah.
And yes, and then we can take this as an entities and create them as a child. Oof. Okay. In that case, I'm creating some sort of data structure that's I remember there was already, now I can see that there's already some data structure for it. Was it like a union tree or something like that? I don't implement it much, but so it
Well,
basically,
I guess it's just a tree data structure and an array tree. You just have nodes and children.
yeah, nodes and children, and we can make in order to be able to track the parent, we can like literally
I don't see what the parents part is for though. Honestly, I
parent
would.
part.
Yeah.
Parent part is for me to, I don't know, get back easily. I don't know, in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like if we track the parent, we can do so much stuff with it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, like even like unioning and stuff, that would be easy. Or it can be very scalable. Like for example, if you lose some data, or if you want to replicate some data across several databases with each other. I know that there's like a I don't know, I remember the name of the algorithm, but you can
Yeah.
restore the data based on these parent nodes and children, right?
Okay.
Like that'd be very
Yeah.
good. So okay, so we're creating the folder. For creating the folder, we're taking the file name, file path, right? The file path would be a string, so I assume this is a string. So so we have the files. Okay, variable. We can do file path split by this, right? And then the file. So the file itself would be split it. FB. Okay, the file would be splitted FB -1. That would be the file itself. And then everything else would be the folders itself. Now we need to create some sort of a hierarchy, right? So for folder in a split that I think I'm cooked. Okay, split as FP. We create a node. Oh my god. Okay, we create a node. We pass it on. Okay, okay. No worries. So we create a node folder. Create a node. So potential folder, new folder is like a node, right? Where we have the folder itself as a name. So it would be name equals folder, right? And then it will have its parent node as the previous guy. Do we store it? So, oh my god, this is so bad.
I'm the one interviewing him.
None. I'm gonna go over, I think.
Okay, I'll just get like let's just not store the parent because there's no use case for it that I'm thinking of for the future part.
No, there is, James, there is. Because I'm thinking, yeah, so I'm looping through the, I mean, I'm just literally brute forcing in my mind at this point because I'm
Okay.
burning by time. So I'm splitting this by names, right? And I'm looping through the folders and I'm creating a node by its folder name.
Sure.
And then for the other folder that's in this file name, I want to take the previous previous folder that I created immediately, pass it as a parent node. So I don't have to do like children, but rather I just append the folder to the parent node itself, and it'll just create the tree for me by itself. Do I make sense?
Okay.
Right?
Sure.
So that's why its parent node is none. So for the first folder, it's gonna be actually self.root. It's gonna be the parent, right? And here, I'm just creating this folder, parent node, right? And then I'm gonna do the parent is equal to new folder. So in the next iteration, it's gonna go for the beach. It'll take the name the beach, and parent node would be the previous folder, which is vacation, right? But it's gonna take until the last file, actually. So we don't want to do that. Can I do it like very lazily here, like this? Or do I have to do for I in range?
What is this for folder? No, that's fine.
Yeah, right. So
works.
we're not taking, so they're not taking the file itself, but I can do I in range length -1 if I have time. And so basically that creates the folder structure that we have for that given file. So it's gonna be actually not create folder, but create folder, whatever. Supports adding and removing files. Right. So we want to remove a file. And when we want to remove a file, by the way, where's the metadata in the file? We
Where's
have
the
the string,
metadata?
you said we have the string, right?
Yeah.
We're given the string. Where's the
given-
metadata in that input?
It's right here. So how would your function accept this?
The metadata?
Or just this input in general? How would you design something that does that?
Yeah, I would literally have the file name and then this as a like properties hash map. Literally, I'll have.
So you would just create a hash map that has file path.
No. For the file path, we have that's the structure, right? For the, oh wait, files have the following metadata, but I don't see where we are using that metadata here. You know, that's my point, because I don't see, I don't know the use case of that, so I don't know how to implement it.
Use case of
because
what?
Of the metadata.
Well, we're gonna need it in future parts of the question, so I want you to store it there.
Okay, so So how am I given that metadata? Like, because you said I'm given a string and that's it, Mr. Interviewer.
Yeah. It could
Yeah.
be, well, that I said you're given a string for the file path, but you're given a file. Like can you augment your function to take in maybe a JSON or anything that
Yeah.
or like a dictionary or even a class that has these?
Yeah, sure. Then in that case, we would change the from the file path thing, right? We were talking about file
Yeah.
path because file path itself is a big topic.
Mhm.
In that case, we would just accept a JSON, and that's why I asked the data type.
Mhm.
So yeah, and then we will just store the file path, everything as it is. So we have a key of the file and all of that.
Mhm.
But then for the folder structure, instead of scale it might get really complicated here. Um, so so as I already implemented the tough part of folder structure, I would pivot out and remove the file path from the metadata part. I'll just store the file path as I'm storing in the notes,
Mhm.
and whatever else, I'll just store it as a JSON file, literally key value pair, where I have the file types, this and that, all of that embedded. That would be enable me to, yeah, basically return everything about that file. So let's implement that. So here I'm creating a folder for the file path. So here I'm putting the file. Let's make it a put, right? So in that case, we're gonna have the file itself. Let me actually keep it as it is, right? So I'm gonna create the start from scratch. Self file, right? Oh, this is so wide question actually, crazy. Okay, put. We are receiving some JSON as a file,
Yeah.
and we have to kind of parse it. So to have these key value pairs, we have to store it somewhere. So we still have to parse the file path and store there the file itself as a JSON file where its name is the key and the like values are metadata. That's cooked, but it is what it is. Because why do I want to store them as a JSON, right? Because we might do something with its properties in the future as well.
Yeah.
We don't want to store them as strings. So let me get that file. So it's like basically a hash map. So we define the file path as a file path because I assume that this structure would be correct all the time. So it's saying okay. And here, in order to you reutilize what we already created, I think it's still good. We can create the folder and put the file there by using this variable, passing on to this function. And then let's assume that we did it. File path, or not say, I don't like how I named this put to folder. Okay, take the file, process file. Okay, I think that would make more sense. File path is this, put folder to put, then I can make it and put it to file path, and then take whatever else as it is. So put file path and then the file itself. File itself, it would be the file definition, right? And then so we can actually return after that. And then as for the put, we do the splitting part, the file path is string. Nice. Okay. We do this. We create the folder for folder and split path. New folder, node name folder, in the parent. Okay. So I have one thing here. One bug. Each time we're putting file, if already beach existed and to be another beach, we're creating a new folder once again. So we don't want to do that. We want to split and check whether that file exists in the root first. And if it exists, go there. If it doesn't, then create a new folder and put it there. So we'll have a two logic here. Check whether this folder exists, and then if not exists, right? Then we're creating a if not exists, create a new folder. So basically, wow, I'm fumbling hard probably by time. For folder, split a path, check whether this folder exists. So if folder in parent, yeah, parent is parent folder. Do I make sense here? Folder dot files. So my parent is self.root. Root is node, and node has entity of files, which has a hash map. So a folder dot files, and the parent would be parent dot parent files folder dot files. If folder in parent files, we go there and we take the files. It would be no, actually the folder, because we're checking the files here. So we're going there if it's there, and then we're processing the new folder and the next folder in the list. If it's there, we're going inside again. But if it's not there, so we say else, right? This is getting cooked, but this is a new folder. We create a new name, new name folder. Parent node would be the parent, and parent is equal to new folder.
Okay.
Okay, makes sense, right? Okay, shall I explain this part, or
Yeah,
did you
no,
get it?
it's making sense.
Well, I don't know why this is red though. Method not defined on type node.
Yeah.
Set the root parent of files. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, now makes sense. Yeah.
So doing parent.files, if the folder is in parent.files, that part
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
really
it should
make
be
sense
like
to me.
this. It should be like this. If foreign folder in parent files. So if it's there, parent would be parent folder.
That makes sense, but why files and not children? If you have children.
Oh that's where I fumbled. Wait, that's where I got.
Like
Yeah.
files are gonna be like
Yeah.
leaves.
Files are files. Yeah, sure. It's children.
Yeah.
If folder in parent children, it's gonna be the parent folder, and then yeah, and then it will be like, wait, it's gonna be parent dot children folder. Then it would be the folder itself again, and then it can check. Okay, yeah, now it's cool. My assumption. I needed to write that down more to be more clear. We can debug it later. I think it works so far. New folder is this, and we create it and we pass it. I think here I'm folding hard. I didn't check it so far. So we're creating a new folder. We're naming it folder in the parent node as parent. And then parent is equal to new folder. Right. Okay. Looks good to me. LGTM. Okay, so we're putting the files. We have the file structure here.
I mean, like,
We have-
where are we defining the edges between folders? Like, where are we updating children at all? Like, how am I gonna traverse this in the future?
Yeah, so you have the folder and its children, and children have their children, and children have their children.
Yeah, but like,
That makes sense.
if not exist creates a new folder, it's not supporting anything related to children. So if I add a new folder,
Yeah.
where is it gonna, like, walk me through that flow? Not the if part, but the else part. If it assume that we're creating a new folder from scratch.
Yeah, I see. I'm not connecting it to parent. So I'm connecting the child to parent. I'm not connecting the parent to child.
Yeah, so
That's
if
what
we're
you're
gonna
saying.
traverse it from root down.
Yeah. It won't file. It won't find it. Yeah, makes sense. All right. Okay. So
Like, this would never
thank
hit.
thank you, Mr. Interviewer.
Well,
The parent dot children. Okay, so I would append it to the children of the current parent, this new folder, and then move on. So it's like a kind of a pointer thing, right? Children.
parent children.
It is so bad. Parent dot children is a new folder, and then the new parent dot children. Wait, what is happening? Parent dot children is a hash map. What would be the key? Is the new folder itself. And what am I doing here?
Maybe the key. Maybe the key might be the folder name. Like, folder name. I don't know. It's up
Yeah,
to you.
folder name. Yeah. Folder name would be name. Yeah, because it's the folder string, right? Would be the new folder because it's the node itself. I could pass in the folder variable here
Sure.
itself.
Yeah.
But I think new folder dot name would be what is more readable? I think the folder. Whatever.
Also, for time check, we're at like 46 minutes, so we only have like a few more minutes of coding.
I'm folded, James. I'm folded. Okay.
Don't
This
worry,
is deep
I
question.
got some
Yeah.
good
Okay.
data. I got some good data and good
Yeah.
find
Nice,
good
nice,
ways
nice.
to help you out.
I need the feedback. Yeah. Okay, so we're putting it. Okay, so we did the folder, right? And we must store in that folder the file, the best part of it, right? So, and on that case, the folder variable will hold the last node on that traverse still, gladly. And for that thing, we're gonna just say folder dot files. It's gonna be a hash map where the file itself would be the file. And wait, this is the file name here. I know I'm using it. Okay, this is the file name would be the file, which is a file name from folder file name JSON file as value. But that's not gonna store, does it? Curve. Right. And then return. Okay. Curve the files. What? Why is it saying it's none?
What was the problem with putting parent.files?
Parent.files?
Like earlier, what's the difference in current and parent?
Because at the end of the day, it's gonna hold the folder value.
I mean, it's
Okay,
gonna hold the last folder that you have there after you're
yes.
done.
Oh, it was correct. So it was correct. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, I got.
there you go.
Yeah. By the way, it's 1 a.m.
Yeah, no
Sorry,
problem.
that's not an excuse. But
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Okay. And I think I'm kind of cooked. But this is how I put the file, Mr. Interviewer. But that's very scalable though. So then we have maintain the unique file path. It already maintains it, right? But if we have the if file name in parent dot files, right? Return duplicate. I don't know, right?
Yeah.
Else return success, right? Success. Okay, sounds cool. Sounds cool. Right. What else we have?
Okay, we're pretty much at time. We're at the 50 minutes.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, so how do you think you did? How was that process?
I think the scope of the problem caught me off guard. I think I need to do better at scoping of what are we working with, and I need your feedback on it,
Yeah.
because I might, while thinking about the problem, right, I might start like overthinking and over engineering it and thinking, oh, in the future we might need to move this folder to somewhere.
Yeah.
That's why we need to create a node and etc. And then fumble hard like this, right? Or
Yeah.
like I'm thinking maybe I should went with like hash map like for part 1 and just pump it out in 15 minutes and then scale it in the part 2 when it's needed. I don't know. So like scoping the problem would like folded me so hard. I don't think like I had the issue with like implementation at all. Like if I like lock in a little bit, I can do like way better. Um, so yeah, I think I did like 4 out of 10. I
Yeah.
don't know, even 3. Because yeah, like the scope of the problem caught me off guard for sure.
Yeah.
Like that's not like revert the binary tree for you, right? Where
Yeah.
it's like, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think, I mean, it's supposed to be it's supposed to catch you off guard. I'm giving you a question and it's gonna have a bunch. But I think when it comes to these OOP problems, you're gonna want to approach these differently than a regular DSA question. So they're gonna give you this input and you should read the prompt. Then you should figure out how you're gonna break it down into classes and methods, and then before you implement it. So here you have basically like 2 classes. But I would have expected you to build a class for files, one for folders, maybe one for like the media organizers. Like you have that, but
I see. So
but
so you
like
want, yeah, the file is just like a like yeah,
yeah.
value. Yeah.
Suppose like imagine
Okay.
I give I are you a front end developer at all or you worked at front end at all?
No. I'm a backend only.
Okay. Like, cause suppose I ask you implement minesweepers or some front end or something like that, right? Most people would
Yeah.
try to break it down into components and then build it up from there. That's the same thing with this object oriented. Where I wanna see how you could model the problem
Mm,
in classes and functions, right? That's the main thing with object or that's what makes a good OOP developer better than the other.
yeah.
So you should read through the prompt, break it down into what classes and methods to implement, and then
Mm,
go from there. I think in
okay.
this case, like the main classes would just be files, folders, um,
And then the media organizer
the
itself,
media
yeah.
organizer, and then other
Yeah.
things you could have is just, and I would want to see more OOP, like practices, like defining getters and setters, and talk about how you're gonna model the state and abstract the state away from the
Mm-hmm.
users. You know what I mean?
Yeah, makes sense.
Like build a clean API to quickly access. So for example, you're asking, oh, I'm gonna have this file, and I'm gonna have this file as a JSON, but that's not really object oriented thinking. You're gonna want to create if you want a file, you're probably gonna want to take that JSON and convert it into a class or a file object with the
Yeah.
properties for the name, the size, the type, all of the metadata, and you want to make helper functions or getters and setters to quickly get the file type or get the size of the bytes. You don't want somebody to just access the JSON and then like know what property to access in order to figure out the size, right?
I see.
So
Yeah,
different
I
things
know.
like that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So like
So
my
the
advice would be like if there, I mean, if you were working with JSON, you're gonna most of the time you can easily map a JSON to a class, and then
yeah.
like you should never model a person as a JSON and have keys for name and stuff, especially if you're OOP. You're gonna want, if especially you're doing OOP, object oriented, you're gonna want to model everything as a class, a person, a file, a folder, and then have
Yeah. So
functions.
basically. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So yeah. Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense about the splitting up the file into the
Yeah.
properties and class, right?
Yeah. I think you were a little lost at the start, but once you started figuring out the functions and classes, you started making more progress. So I think you should just start doing that right away. Like, okay, we want to build this file system. I'll probably want to implement these classes. Okay, these are the
Yeah.
I'm gonna have this media library. I'm gonna have a get input. Is that okay? And then talk with interviewer, and then
Mm.
you like build it up from there, similar to how you would do in if you're implementing in real life.
Yeah. Okay. So okay, I see. But what about the scope of the problem? For example, thinking about this folder structure, like wasted like 20 minutes,
Yeah,
like
I
15
but
minutes.
we it wasted like 10 to 15 minutes, but it
Yeah.
was good. That's not where you lost points. I think
I see.
we talked about the hash map, which is good. Candidates go to that a lot. Then we talked
Yeah.
about optimizing it, which was good. But you took quite a bit of time actually implementing that. So I would work on implementation speed, build out
Mm.
prefix trees, tries. It's very similar to that, and it's boilerplate essentially once you build it for the first time, and you'll be able to.
Yeah.
Because there's a few issues here that I had to point out, like, oh, you're not storing the connection, so you can't traverse it, and then
Yeah, I hear
other
him.
things like that. And the code could be a lot smaller than this. You could actually
Yeah,
like
definitely.
implement it in probably like 6 7 lines, the put and the get.
Yeah, it looks.
Yeah. Another thing is you also another thing related to someone said 6 7. Um, but like another thing you did was you didn't name the class as well. Well, like you're saying node, but that's more if we're working with a tree. So it's kind of a weird name.
Yeah,
I'd rather name it
to be
like file or folder. Like
file.
you, unless we're working with a tree, it would make sense for node. But you want them to be reading stuff in the domain, usually.
Makes sense. Yeah, you can clearly see that my OOP is like, like,
And I would say
uh,
don't introduce anything that you don't need. Like you don't need to introduce a parent because I didn't, and I mentioned that we won't need it. Um,
yeah.
but yeah, I think overall though you're able to like clarify the question, keep that up,
Mm,
break down the problem. You obviously understand data structures and algorithms because when I asked you what's the trade-offs between using a hash map and using a like tree structure, you gave me really good points and that was good. But then just like when
mhm.
it came to implementation, it was slow. And then just some of your object oriented, like you didn't get to show it off. You didn't show me how well you could design a class, how you're able to pick out what functions to expose, how you're gonna model the state. Like even with files right here, somebody more advanced in Python data structures instead of saying dot children, you can implement this by using a dunder method, and if you go over it, it says get item is not defined, right? So what someone
Yeah.
could do is they could just create like a def get item,
Yeah.
and then just return self dot children, something like that, and you could see that it disappeared. So
I
that error.
see.
So little like if you're working with Python, definitely understand the dunder methods. There's only 5 or 6 common ones,
Okay.
and that will also help show off your object oriented just a little bit more too.
Okay, so there are like some boilerplates already done for me. Okay. Um, okay, so I should not go deep dive into. Okay, I'm gonna summarize what I got.
Yeah.
Um, okay, so I should not deep dive into the places I shouldn't. Probably divide the problem not more like functions, but rather class and methods, as you said.
Yeah.
So first classes, and what do these classes do? How do I keep the state? Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Um, okay, makes sense. All right, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah. Because if you think about it, it's object oriented. You just have objects. Objects have a state. Then objects have methods that lets you operate on the state and mutate the state. Then objects could
Yeah.
interact with each other. So you kind of just have to break it down into those. Figure out what objects and classes you're going to have. Figure out what state they're going to store and what methods are going to be on them. Then think about how they're going to interact.
Yeah,
Like,
wow. This is good.
yeah,
This is
just
good.
break it down into a good process. Because you're kind of all over the place, and yeah, like I could tell that you're more of a
Yeah.
functional programmer than an object oriented. Because you're thinking of everything like, oh, I'm gonna have this class, I'm gonna have this JSON.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta push my oop. Oop. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
so bad at it. Yeah. But that
makes
was
sense though.
good.
Try this out
Yeah.
yourself. Build it. Look at your code and like try to build it with some like beautiful classes. Try out dunder methods. Um, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure
Could
that
you pass
you're
the
the
yeah,
question.
could you
Yeah,
paste the part 2? Yeah. Or you can send me a DM or whatever. I'm just interested. Wanting
I'll just
better.
send the full prompt at the bottom. But yeah, overall, I think obviously you know how to code. It's more just like we just need to if you follow that feedback, I think it should be good. Because I've done interviews before on people, and I'm literally just trying to understand like
Mm-hmm.
how they're designing the class, if they understand encapsulation. Like other red flags would be like accessing the state directly instead of creating methods in order to access or mutate the state in a very specific way.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, implement it, feed it into ChatGPT, and be like, "How's how's my design?" and just keep iterating from there. But honestly, once you figure this out, it's just the same for every other interview. If it's OOP, it's nothing. They'll just really just test the same things over and over.
Yeah, I see. So yeah, okay. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Okay, I gotta work.
other things would be just like maybe like static functions that they might test if you're using Java, like private versus public.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
building.
Hopefully.
Sometimes you might need to build like an abstract class, and then you have children that have to implement it. So you'll have to know some of that maybe, but I think focus on what we have right now, and then just keep learning more.
Yeah, sure. Okay, and how would you rate me out of 10?
On this one, I would have to I would have to give it a no higher because we didn't pass
Mm-hmm.
with part one.
Yeah,
On
definitely. Okay, sure.
but I don't rate based on like 1 to 10. It's more
Just
strong
like
no
no higher than
higher,
higher.
no
Yeah,
higher. I wouldn't say
yeah,
you're
that's it.
strong no higher. Obviously, you made progress, but I wouldn't ever be able to pass you because you didn't solve it. So usually solving,
Yeah,
like the only way that I would pass somebody on the interview is if they passed it. That will just make me consider a higher. But if there's a lot of hints that I had to give them, or the way that they got to that solution was not suboptimal, it would probably just like become a no hire. So
Mm-hmm.
hire would probably on this question would be solving both parts with minimal hints.
Okay. Okay, so I have to get really good. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It would
sure.
definitely be. It would be for sure. The way that I would usually have to mark these in interviews would be you
Mm-hmm.
solve the first part. If you ever get a hint on the first part, like a big hint, it's gonna be bad. Because usually the first part is the easiest part. Second
Yeah.
part, though, it'll be maybe one or two hints will be allowed, but usually the first part you should definitely do it fast and you should do it with minimal hints. Second part, it might be slower because they usually add complexity, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and you might be able to get like one or two hints, but overall, you should get to the point where you get this question and with minimal hints, you're able to. And hints is not like me answering your clarifying question. Hints is like, oh, like
How do you
why
tie your children to parent, right?
exactly? That's a big hint
Yeah.
because that was like a
Yeah.
big bug. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm,
Oversight.
okay. Sounds
Yeah.
good. All right, man. Thanks for coming on.
All
Good
right.
luck.
Yeah. Thank you. Cheers. Yep.
See ya.
See ya.
See ya. All right, chat. Holy 4 hours stream. 4 hours stream. I'm probably gonna tap out. Zero code forces. That was. I got so distracted. John came on. Beef in the chat. Nah, I'm gonna go to. I'm gonna find a coffee shop. I'm gonna find a coffee shop. Yeah, W stream. Of course, man. I gotta help you out, JN. For sure. I'd rather do stuff to interact. Okay, let me check my email quick because somebody said they're emailing me. Now I gotta change the name of this video because. Yo, man, John's not having it today. Yeah. I mean, all he needs to do is build something and just keep iterating it. You okay, bro? Add me on LinkedIn. I'll reply there. It's easier for me. No idea is ever good on the first one. What he should do is get what he has out right now, get people in front of it, and just iterate aggressively until it has something that works. That would be my advice. I wouldn't even focus on getting the best product or the best idea out there. I would focus on getting something out there and then aggressively iterating based on feedback from the community and testing my assumptions in the market. Okay, what's your email? Yo, you email me. Why would how are you gonna forget? I said just email me right now. Paul, but you email me, man. Yo, Paul, how's work been for you? I'm gonna set up my Claude bot as well. I'm gonna make it go crazy. You gotta show me. Yeah, yo, email me just right now. Email me right now. I'll answer it right now. I don't. How are you gonna forget if you're gonna do it right now? I'll let you know exactly. All right. Yeah, if you want to do an interview, either email me on castleridgelabs.gmail.com or add me on LinkedIn. It's pretty easy to get one. Everyone has done it. Paul has been on multiple times. Okay, I got your email. All right, thanks for tuning in. I'm gonna go for a walk and then I gotta actually study code forces. I'll catch you on the next stream, maybe next week. Paul, thanks for tuning in. Thanks everyone. Dubs in the chat.
This is not my main thing, really, I'm a coder.
All right, catch y'all. Good job, JN.
This is not my main thing, really, I'm a coder. Coffee stains and name chains, I am such a loner. San Francisco bases got me slowly taking over. I can't wait to show you that I'm gonna take it over. LeetCode, beast mode, 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 LeetCode, beast mode. This is not my main thing, really, I'm a coder. Coffee stains and name chains, I am such a loner. San Francisco bases got me slowly taking over. I can't wait to show you that I'm gonna take it over. LeetCode, beast mode, LeetCode, beast mode, LeetCode, beast mode.